Okay, you let me know when you're ready to go, when you've got the Zoom set up. And Jim, you're good? Okay. All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the meeting, this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for December 17th, 2020. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
the United States,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, thank you all for being here. I'm going to look over to the board clerk to read our public participation procedures, and then we have some additional information for those of you wanting to participate in the public discussion.
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be open and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the order it was received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments through these media. These media are available for audio and visual only. Option 1, the Tuolumne County website at https://www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option number 2, www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live. Option number 3, Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155 and or by calling in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. An important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order N2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference. And under Order N2920, accessibility requirements, if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okay, thank you very much. Staff has some additional public comment information. As we understand, there are larger than normal number of folks that are wanting to participate in this discussion.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Cunha, and for today's meeting, I will be your public comment coordinator. Public comment will be accepted at 209-533-6581. All calls received will be placed on hold until the chair opens the public period, at which time the callers will have an opportunity to speak with the board in the order that their calls were received. When it is your turn to comment, you will be notified prior to the transfer to the live board meeting. If for some reason you are disconnected, please call back. This number should not be called to merely listen to the meeting. However, when you are placed on hold, you will hear the board meeting in the background. There will not be a way to determine the duration of the waiting period, as applicants, appellants, and board members will be speaking prior to public comment. We encourage callers to wait until the chair opens public comment prior to calling in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll just add that there is a great deal of interest in this topic, and we will do our very best to have a fair hearing for all parties involved. And if there are any technological delays, I urge you in advance to bear with us, and we will do the best we can to accommodate everyone in this discussion. I'll look over to my fellow board members to see if there are any statements they'd like to make prior to beginning the meeting.
Yes, I'd like to disclose that I met with...
I think you need your microphone.
Yes, I'd like to disclose that I have met with Mary Beth Campbell and Margene Rivera, property owners in the vicinity of Under Canvas. And I also did a virtual tour with Jamie Smith, representative for Under Canvas. And I have visited the site a number of times.
Okay, I'm
Rotifer.
Supervisor Rotifer, and I would like to acknowledge that I met also with Margie Rivera and Mary Beth Campbell, and I also toured, although it's not this project, I did tour the area with the Terra V project manager, and we did, with Margie and Mary Beth, we did discuss this project.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yes, I also met with the same two people, Beth and Margie, out there on the property. I also, I believe it was on December 7th and December 11th, I spoke with Jamie from Under Canvas. I did a site visit. She was not there, but she did give me a virtual tour once I was on the site. So just disclosing that information.
Okay, Supervisor Brennan.
Yes, I too met with the project proponents and did drive up there on my own on December 8th and drove around the vicinity, and then did have a Zoom call with Ms. Schmidt where I had a virtual tour.
Okay, thank you. And I will also disclose that I have met with property owners Mary Beth Campbell, Margene Rivera, also project proponent for Terra V, John Bissell, and I've exchanged email correspondence with Jamie Smith, one of the project proponents for Under Canvas, and I visited the site under discussion today a number of times with some of these individuals and exchanged phone calls with other residents of the area. My decision today will be based upon evidence presented at this meeting, and I believe I can make a fair judgment on that. All right.
Vice Chair, I want to also disclose I did with Mr. Bissell for Terravai up there in the area, but this subject before us today is just Under Canvas, so I want to make that clear.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As I would have the same comment. I met with Mr. Bissell, but we did not discuss this project.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So we'll begin by talking to, we will allow county staff to give a presentation on this project and discuss this project and all appeals.
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell.
Hold on just one second. I have a comment from Clerk, would you please read our agenda?
2 p.m. under Canvas Appeal. Item number 1, Site Development Permit SDP 18-002 and Conditional Use Permit CUP 20-018 to allow the development of a 99-unit tent campground and supporting facilities such as a mobile kitchen, dining and reception tent, laundry facility, and bathrooms on a 80.1 acre project site zone CK Commercial Recreation and O-1 Open Space 1 under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Item number 2, resolution to certify the final environmental impact report for the site development permit SDP 18-002 and conditional use permit CUP 20-018. Adopt the CEQA findings and adopt mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. The project site is located south of the intersection of Hardin Flat Road and State Highway 120, APN 068-120-62 and 068-120-63.
And then I'll just add to that, the meeting today will proceed with a presentation from county staff, followed by a presentation by the applicant, and then a presentation by the appellant. Then the board will have the opportunity to ask those three parties questions, and we will then open the public hearing. So the opportunity for public comment will come after those presentations. All right. Counselor, apologies for the interruption. You may proceed.
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell. And just to clarify, there are two appellants that the board is addressing today. And I would recommend the procedure be that we have presentation by all appellants before board supervisor questions and before public comment. Cody Nesper, Deputy County Counsel. At the outset, I'd like to provide a brief legal overview of this public hearing. Before your board today are two appeals from the decision of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission's decision to certify the EIR for the Under Canvas project and to approve the conditional use permit. The board's role in these appeals is in a quasi-judicial posture. That is, your board is tasked with applying existing policies, local ordinances, and state law to the facts of this specific project. Your board will be conducting a de novo review as required by the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. In other words, your role is not to assess whether the Planning Commission properly exercised its judgment, but instead to exercise your independent judgment as a board based on the evidence before you in this public hearing. In doing this, you'll be considering staff analyses, including the EIR, county goals and policies, input from the applicant and the community input as the evidence received to determine whether you can make the required findings to either certify or not certify the EIR and to approve with modifications or deny the site development permit. Regarding certification of the EIR, your board is not here to consider whether you like or dislike the project, whether you agree with the project's business model or business decisions, or whether you think that the proposed use is the best use for this particular parcel. The scope of your review is to consider whether the EIR adequately addresses the impacts of the project and whether the evidence in the record supports the required findings for certification as outlined in the board's packet. Built into this analysis is the assumption that the project is required to comply with all applicable building and fire codes, which will be ensured through a separate code analysis process before construction and operation. Just a bit more on adequacy of the EIR. Adequacy requires that the EIR be prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes account of the environmental consequences. In assessing this, courts have looked not for perfection, but for adequacy, completeness, and a good faith effort at full disclosure. For this project, the County Counsel's Office has been providing consultation and review throughout the process and has additionally enlisted the assistance of outside CEQA counsel that the county's worked with for years on various issues, Tiffany Wright and Elizabeth Pollock of Remy Moose Manley, to further ensure that the EIR and the county's process meets the requirements of CEQA. Ms. Wright and Ms. Pollock are available for input at today's hearing as needed. Just a brief comment on conditions or mitigation measures required of the project. There must be a nexus between conditions and the county's interest in the condition. And the condition, any condition imposed must be roughly proportionate to the impacts from the project. So just keep that in mind when assessing the mitigation measures and the permit conditions, and should your board decide to make any modifications or add any conditions. And with that, I'd pass it off to Ms. Yaley.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Thank you for having us here. We're going to start our presentation with Land Use Coordinator Natalie Rizzi.
All right. Hello, I'm Natalie Rizzi, Land Use Coordinator, and the item we have before you is Site Development Permit SDP 18-002 and Conditional Use Permit CUP 20-018, and the applicant is Under Canvas. The project consists of Site Development Permit SDP 18-002 and Conditional Use Permit CUP 20-018 to allow the development of a 99-unit tent campground and supporting facilities, including a mobile kitchen, dining and reception tent, laundry facility, and bathroom. The project also entails a resolution to certify the final environmental impact report, adoption of the CEQA findings, and adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. The project would provide guests with a canvas tent on a deck platform that includes beds, linens, and bathroom facilities. Approximately 75% of the units would include a bathroom facility located within the tent, and the remainder using a shared bathroom facility. Between 20 and 30 staff members would be employed at the site, with 10 to 15 personnel working on the site at any time. The numbers of employees were based on assumption that the mitigation measures and project design incorporated. The project site is located south of the intersection of Hardin Flat Road and State Highway 120, approximately 20 miles east of the community of Groveland. Assessors parcel numbers 68, 120, 62, and 63. The project site consists of two parcels totaling 80.1 acres, zones CK and O1, with a general plan designation of Parks and Recreation. Here is a map of the project site and surrounding parcels. The light purple parcels are public parcels owned by the U.S. Forest Service. The remaining parcels are under private ownership. Here's the proposed site plan and project layout. The project would include the development of the tents and supporting facilities, as well as internal access roads, wells developed as public water systems through the State Water Resources Control Board, wastewater treatment and disposal system, and a yards bus stop. An environmental impact report, or EIR, was prepared for the proposed project in accordance with the state CEQA guidelines. The purpose of an EIR is to be used as an informational document that discloses information about the effects a proposed project could have on the environment, identifies mitigation measures to be incorporated into the project to reduce potential impacts, and describes feasible alternatives to the proposed project. An EIR must be certified by the decision-making body prior to project approval. An EIR does not approve or deny a project, but is used as an informational document for decision makers to understand potential impacts of the project. Mitigation measures from the EIR are implemented through a mitigation monitoring reporting program, which identifies measures, when they are to be implemented, and what entity is responsible for enforcing and verifying that measures have been met. This is included as Chapter 4 of the final EIR and enclosed within the board packet and resolution. A notice of availability of the draft EIR was published on June 5, 2020. The draft EIR was available for public review from June 5th to July 20th, 2020. At the conclusion of the comment period, common themes were found throughout the comments received on the draft EIR. The master responses, which is included in the final EIR, address the following areas: wildfire, water supply, water quality, public services, aesthetics, transportation and traffic, noise, air quality and wood smoke, opposition to the project and opinions on the project, and duration of the draft EIR public comment period. One of the most prominent concerns brought up is related to wildfire. Several mitigation measures and project design features have been incorporated into the project design that would reduce impacts. Mitigation measures include the requirement for a fire prevention plan to be developed and implemented during construction and operation, which would be reviewed by Tuolumne County Fire, CAL FIRE, and GCSD. The fire plans would address things such as training of personnel, requirement of fire suppression tools on site, use of tools to reduce arcing and sparking potential, defensible space requirements, and a permanent on-site water truck, in addition to other measures indicated in the draft EIR. The tent fabric that would be utilized would be fire marshal approved and has undergone testing of the flammability potential. The material was subject to testing by a third party and passed all testing and was found to be compliant with all regulations. The operational fire prevention plan would include an evacuation plan which would define routes of ingress and egress, rally points, and other protocols in the event of an evacuation. Additionally, the project has been reviewed for consistency with all applicable fire code, building code, and county ordinance code regulations, and any building permit would include a review of code consistency. There are several fire protection measures which have been incorporated into the project and addressed by the project EIR. All roads will meet Title 11 and Title 15 standards to allow for emergency access. Secondary emergency access will be provided via U.S. Forest Road 1S09. The project applicant will submit an emergency operations plan, which addresses training of employees, orientation briefing for guests, an on-site emergency alert system, evacuation plan, defining routes of ingress and egress, rally points, and protocol for disabled guests or guests without their own transport, and establishment and maintenance of a temporary refuge area. Undercanvas has submitted a timber harvest plan with CAL FIRE for review to address the removal of dead and dying trees, as well as thinning and removal of other vegetation for fire hazard reduction and defensible space purposes. The tent fabric to be utilized is fire marshal approved and has undergone testing as to its flame-resistant potential. Additionally, the project would prepare and implement construction and operational phase fire prevention plans as addressed in the previous slide. Additional provisions have been incorporated pertaining to the use of stoves and fire pits on site. All of these provisions have been made conditions of approval. Another main concern addressed is adequate water supply. The project would be served via on-site wells, which would be developed as certified public water system approved by the state. A hydrology report and well pump tests were conducted by a registered professional hydrogeologist. Some of the tests were conducted at the same time as TerraV. The tests were conducted in accordance with State Water Resources Control Board criteria. The results indicated that there would be adequate supply of water to serve the project. Another concern addressed was related to water quality, specifically the use of on-site wastewater treatment and disposal systems. The development of the on-site wastewater systems would be subject to various local, state, and federal regulations, which would reduce the chance of degradation of water quality. Soil and percolation tests were conducted on-site, which indicated that there would be adequate soils to serve the project. All construction and maintenance of the wastewater systems would require a permit from the Environmental Health Division to ensure compliance with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations. Pursuant to Chapter 13.04, the minimum distance of domestic wells to septic leach fields is 100 feet. Another concern addressed was related to emergency services. Analysis under CEQA related to emergency services is limited to impacts related to the construction of new or altered facilities in which the construction would create impacts. No new facilities are proposed or required to be constructed. A condition has been added to require payment of a fair share cost to be utilized for funding of emergency services along the 120 corridor. The condition has been formulated to require an annual fee to be made by the applicant. Proceeds from the fee would be utilized to offset the cost of providing emergency service to the project and to assist the county with equipment and staffing needs. This fee will be calculated and due prior to the issuance of a building permit. This condition is outside of the CEQA analysis.
The project analysis acknowledges the distance from existing emergency service providers and requires conditions of approval to treat on-site emergencies until first responders arrive, as well as requires a contribution to address the project's fair share draw on the emergency response system. A specific response scenario to an emergency depends on the kind of emergency and who is designated as an incident command. For wildland fire response, that would come from Stanislaus National Forest. For a structural fire, response would be from the county through a cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE. In the wintertime, the engine first responding would come from the CAL FIRE Groveland station through the Amador contract, and in the summertime, it would come from that same station as a mutual benefit to the county. Additional services can be provided through mutual aid agreements with other fire districts. For law enforcement response, could come from Highway Patrol or the sheriff, and medical is determined via dispatch. Both structural and wildland fire incidents use established auto aid and mutual aid agreements to provide resources from the appropriate agencies, and they may not just be limited to the county or the U.S. Forest Service. Overall, the EMS system is a multi-layer and interconnected system with a response scenario that depends on the nature, timing, location, and other context-specific details that are assessed by professionals at the time of the emergency. Development project goes through multiple phases of review prior to construction. To date, the county has acted as a lead agency for the site development permit, the use permit, and for environmental review. This is very different than a code analysis, where specific construction and infrastructure standards are measured and must be met to ensure compliance with things like road width, fire codes, building codes, state water permitting systems, etc. Many details that have been asked for by the public are not measured or identified until the project receives an approved entitlement and a certified environmental document. Yesterday, I was made aware that I have yet to do a food analogy this year before your board, so here it is. Completing the CEQA process is similar to identifying and compiling a list of ingredients needed to make a pizza and evaluating them for any adverse effects they may have. It would also be similar to a pizza recipe calling for a massive amount of olives, for example, and the cook figuring out a way to make that amount of olives on the pizza tolerable. The code analysis phase of the project would be to look at how the pizza is assembled, what temperature it bakes at, and for how long, and to ensure that the pizza is safe to eat. This just highlights that this is the phase of the project we are now in, the environmental review phase, which requires general compliance with these codes at the time of the building permit application or future permitting approvals. The environmental review provides an overarching project approval, and all subsequent reviews and approvals must stay within the bounds of the broader environmental review. The environmental review phase of the project holistically identifies what codes are need to be met, but is not intended or required to be a detailed code analysis exercise.
Concerns were brought up that were outside of the scope of CEQA. One of these concerns was in regards to the illegal zoning and land division claim. CDD staff researched this issue, including consulting with the county surveyor, and no illegal land divisions were found to have occurred, nor were violations committed relating to the August 20th, 1991 decision to approve the current zoning on the project site. This designation went into effect on August 20th, 2001 because the site was being rezoned from timberland production, which takes 10 years to remove from a property. A lot line adjustment and certificate of occupancy were issued to the Manleys to legally reconfigure the parcels into their current configuration. Additional information and a timeline regarding the reconfiguration of the parcels into their current configuration is included in the BOS appeal memo. Another concern outside the scope of CEQA is the concern of property values and appropriateness of zoning. Evidence of social or economic impacts which do not contribute to or are not caused by physical impacts on the environment are beyond the scope of CEQA. However, economic and social impacts can be considered by the Board of Supervisors within the scope of the stated findings that are necessary to be made if the project were to be approved. The project is zoned CK with the General Plan of Parks and Recreation, which was approved in 1991 and went into effect in 2001. Under this zoning and general plan, the project could be developed with land uses such as parks, camping facilities, recreational vehicle parks, ski and other resort facilities, and marinas. Therefore, it has been anticipated by the county that there could be a potential for recreational development at some scale on this property. Another concern outside the scope of CEQA is a payment of funding a fair share cost of emergency services. A condition has been added to require payment of a fair share cost to be utilized for funding of emergency services along the 120 corridor, as indicated in a previous slide. Another concern outside the scope of CEQA is the use of a U.S. Forest Service road for emergency access and how it pertains to the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. The review of the use of the road is subject to a review under NEPA because the Forest Service is a federal agency. CEQA encourages agencies to prepare joint NEPA-CEQA documents, but it is not required. In this case, the sequencing of approval is appropriate due to the NEPA scope of work being a component of the overall project. There is no requirement to have completed the NEPA process before the CEQA process. A letter from the U.S. Forest Service Superintendent indicates that they plan to complete a future NEPA review by using the resource data found in the Environmental Impact Report and related documents to inform the appropriate NEPA decision for a special use permit. This project was considered by the Planning Commission on November 18, 2020, as the Planning Commission is the decision-making body for site development permits. The Commission approved the project with modifications to 2 conditions and certified the EIR. The modifications to conditions have been incorporated into the conditions as presented today. Appeals of the Planning Commission decision were submitted on November 26th and November 30th. Therefore, this item is being considered by the Board for a decision. 2 appeals were submitted during the appeal period. One was submitted by Shute, Mahaly, and Weinberger, and the other was submitted by Matthew Chapman. The appeal letters have been enclosed within the board packets, and additional exhibits submitted by the appellants have been forwarded to the board members. Staff's response to each point of the appeal has been included in the BOS memo. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may certify the EIR and approve the project, certify the EIR and deny the project, not certify the EIR and deny the project, or send the project back to staff. And we have staff from various departments available to answer questions during today's meeting.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff from the board?
Supervisor
Not just,
Campbell, before we move on, if I could just clarify one point. There was reference made to mitigation measures with regard to fire impacts, and there is reference to a fire mitigation plan of the project. I just want to make it clear that the draft EIR did not actually identify any significant impacts regarding wildfire that would require true CEQA mitigation based on the project design and the inclusion of that wildfire plan. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if there are no questions, we'll go ahead and move on to the applicant. Is the applicant for this project available?
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners. I am Jamie Schmidt, Director of Entitlements for Under Canvas. I'd like to take this opportunity to first thank county staff, especially Quincy.
Sorry,
Natalie,
Jamie,
Cody.
we're getting a little bit of feedback here, so let's address that, and we might have you mute your speakers, or I'm looking back to our IT folks. So we'll make sure we're all muted up here and try one more time.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we're getting a little bit of feedback here, so it's making it difficult to understand you. So do you want to check and make sure your speakers are off?
I've just got my one speaker on my laptop. I can try logging in on my phone, see if that would help.
Well, let's see here. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, work this out, and then we will get right back to the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we'll reopen the meeting. Apologies for the technical delay. Where we left off was the applicant was going to be given 15 minutes to make a presentation on their project. And so, Jamie, do we have you on the line?
Here.
And we can hear you loud and clear. So you go ahead.
Great. I'll try this again. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. I am Jamie Schmidt, Director of Entitlement Canvas. I'd like to take this opportunity to first thank county staff, especially Quincy, Natalie, and Cody for their input and guidance. Their input has definitely improved and strengthened this project. With me this afternoon are several members of the Under Canvas team who are available to answer any questions you may have regarding the Under Canvas Yosemite project. Dan McBrady, Under Canvas Development Officer. Dax Hopp with Dax Consulting, California licensed engineer. Chris Johnson, WRA, California licensed hydrogeologist. Vern Losh, viewer and retired longtime California fire chief. Kathleen Truman and Elliott, Under Canvas Land Use Council. And now I'll hand it off to Dan McBrady. He'll give an overview of the Under Canvas camp designs and operations. We hope this gives everyone a good understanding of the look and feel of an Under Canvas camp.
Honorable Chair and honorable supervisors, first I want to make sure that I'm coming in okay, and that as I go to do a screen share here, that it actually is coming through.
Okay, we can hear you fine, and we now see your screen.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you again for the time this afternoon. I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking a little bit about Under Canvas to give you an overview of us as a company. The EIR, including all of the work that the teams have done to assemble it, and the staff reviews and the staff recommendations obviously go through all the technical aspects. So we wanted to be able to present a little bit about Under Canvas to give you a sense of us as a company as we go through this hearing. So slide through this presentation here. So a little bit about Under Canvas and our history. The company was started back in 2009, founded by a couple who had experienced just a phenomenal outdoor experience in Africa, and realized that when they were engaged in the outdoors in this way in Africa, in a safari experience, they realized there was something sort of missing in the United States when it came to experiencing the outdoors in a different way for those that weren't necessarily either adept at or experienced at camping. And they wanted to bring something similar to the United States. The first such camp that they decided to open was actually in Yellowstone in 2012. You can see that here. It's a bit of a different environment than what we're talking about here today, but I'll scroll ahead to the other camps that the company developed over the progression of the company's history. We are currently operating 7 camps today, with 2 more in construction and going into operation in the spring of next year. This is our camp in Mount Rushmore. As we go through this presentation, we'll be talking about more of the features that you see here, including the lobby tents and the guest tents and things like the yoga platforms that you see. This is our Smoky Mountain site, forested environment here as well. Moving into our tents and our designs to get a sense of what it is that we develop. Our guest tents are approximately 200 to 400 square feet, depending on the size of the individual tent. We have a few different styles that we put up at each camp. The tents themselves sit on a wooden deck, really similar to what you have, say, extending out for your house. It's a wooden deck with an aluminum frame around the outside, wood overlays. Usually sits around 17 inches above the ground, which is kind of unique in that it does allow for sheet flow of water under the tent itself. The tent deck sits on posts, sits on concrete blocks. Inside the tent, as you can see here, there's a king-size bed, EPA-approved stoves that are proposed for this particular project. and an ensuite bathroom, as mentioned by staff, in about 75% of the tents. For the other 25%, there is a common shared bath that's installed at the site. The tents themselves, as was mentioned earlier, are developed and built with fire retardant canvas. And the kind of unique thing about this is that these tents come down to the decks every winter. We remove them to obviously protect the tent and the interior assets from the snow, but also relevant to this discussion, they're removed and we don't have actually any guests on site for about half the year. This is a seasonal operation, only operating during the warmer months of the year, approximately 6 months. So you can imagine when being in these kinds of environments, we don't allow any food or food exclusively inside the tents, really to discourage the attraction of wildlife. Being located in places like Glacier and Yellowstone, we're quite adept at making sure that this is communicated and enforced with our guests to make sure that we don't have any incidences with wildlife in the tents. It's been quite successful. It's really a unique environment in that we don't propose any direct power into the tents. We only utilize USB batteries for the purposes of things like phone charging, as well as charging of lanterns that we use inside the tent. They're a very low light lantern. It's actually a bit of our ethos in terms of trying to make sure that these environments aren't sort of propagated into something that is resulting in, glowing TVs inside of these tents. The idea that this is a camping experience designed for people to be in the outdoors. And that's the reason that we don't run permanent power to the tents. Around our lobby, we have a number of different features, but first starting at the lobby itself, the guest check-in area. The lobbies are designed as sort of a communal space. We do our guest check-in there. You can see here there's space for lounging. We also have a food and beverage component that was discussed earlier in terms of the mobile kitchen that's attached to this tent. The design of this is that we serve breakfasts and dinners to our guests. This is something that is designed to serve just our guests, not the outside public coming in. So it's a limited use. We actually don't serve lunch because at the end of the day, guests are here usually for the purpose of going to the namesake of any of our given camps, whether it be Glacier, Yellowstone, or in this case, going into Yosemite to experience the park. So we found that we actually don't have very many guests on site during the day. They're going to have the outdoor experiences that they're coming for. Around the lobby tent, we do have a number of communal elements along with the dining inside the tent. We do have a yoga platform where we have morning yoga for folks that would like to partake. Games, outdoor games, things like that, things like bocce and cornhole and things like that. It's a very communal environment. We have our outdoor fire pits that are manned by staff. They are lit by staff, they are manned by staff, and they are not lit at any time that there is a burn ban in effect in any given area. Scrolling forward here, I want to just go back to the presentation of the site itself. You see here the access roads and access points that have been discussed, including the Forest Service access to the left of the screen, and then the primary access for guests coming in off Hardin Flat Road. The idea of the under-campus development is one of a light footprint, in that we look to leverage the natural contours of the environment that we're in. The roads are designed to minimize our cut and fill. We look to locate our tents in areas where we can do as little disturbance as possible. When you sort of look at the surface area of this, the surface disturbance, if from a plan view, is maximum 25% of our site. But when you get down onto the ground, for each tent that's located, we look to not clear around the entire area of the tent. We just look to clear where the tent is actually located. And a lot of times we'll move the tent to make sure that we don't have to do any excess clearing. So in the end, our footprint on the site is actually much less. And the idea of this has just been kind with our technical development. We're looking to make sure that our guests are experiencing the outdoors in the way that the environment is meant to be experienced. The pathways that you see here on the site are all vehicular road access. This was discussed earlier by staff. We do have distributed parking around the site. Guests generally check in and a number of them park around the lobby tent, but to make sure that we limit our disturbance around the site, we don't create a massive parking area just at the lobby tent. We do small distributed parking around the site as well to make sure that we're not disturbing any more of the site than we need to in terms of large cut and fills and flat areas for parking. In terms of our general approach to that lower impact, lighter touch approach, one of the unique things about the under canvas approach to development is that we really do have a different approach to water usage, and it shows up in a number of different places. There are the basic things that I think you probably hear everyone speak to in terms of low flow toilets and things like that. We take it a step further in that we have spring-loaded faucets so that the water turns off automatically when you let go. And something we like to call an intentional inconvenience. You can see here in the picture, there's a pull chain on the shower, sort of like the old MASH units. And the idea of this is that we're trying to limit the water usage. These are hot showers heated by propane, sort of an on-demand type water heating unit. And the idea is that we want to minimize our water usage for two very distinct reasons. One, it limits the amount of water we draw from the ground. Talked about that all throughout the EIR. But what it also does is it looks to minimize the amount of disturbance that we have for a septic system. So you can see how a thought process around water flows all the way through the entire ecosystem of a camp. The other elements that you would see at a more standard hospitality site, like a lawn or water feature or sprinkler systems, are also not going to be seen at an under canvas location. And this is our other way that we limit our water usage by maintaining the natural environment at the site rather than utilizing sprinkler systems and really high water use elements like water features like that. A little bit more about us in terms of how we fit into a community. We are actually the first entity to be working with the Dark Sky Alliance on getting a campground facility certified to be Dark Sky compliant. We've been working with them for the last 9 months or so, even through COVID, working on how to make sure that our lights are either filtered or have shielding to make sure that they're downward facing, to make sure that we don't impact the environment in a way that is disruptive to others or to our guests. We look to be a part of the community. I can give you examples of, I think there may be a letter into the file regarding some of our work with entities like the Shaw Institute in Maine, where we're participating with them on some water quality studies in a bay outside of our camp there. And then working with the National Park Service on educating guests as they enter into the Joshua Tree National Park. We look to be a part of the community. We look to be a partner with local businesses, providing things like fly fishing, rafting, guiding throughout the area. In fact, one of the nights I was in Glacier, around the campfire, we had a guy actually doing fly fishing demonstrations with a little bucket, nailing the bucket with the fly fishing rod. It was a great delight for folks as they were learning how to fly fish with the guide before they went out the next day to actually go onto the river. It was quite neat to see this done in the evening by the firelight as the kids were going around making their s'mores. This is us in the community. It's a connection to both the businesses as well as being sensitive to the environment and being a conscientious developer. Coming back to this specific project, we have reviewed the staff report and including the proposed conditions of approval and the mitigation and monitoring and reporting programs that were provided. And we support the staff report and the conditions that were brought before you today. We're willing to abide by those proposed conditions and monitoring measures and mitigation measures. Related to those, I'd like to hit just two topics that were raised because they were quite sensitive topics, and I want to just touch on 2 points. First, on water. Across California, in both residential and commercial sectors. Water and wastewater are regulated at the local, state, and federal levels. And as staff has discussed, our systems have been designed in accordance with those standards and will be operated in accordance with those standards and those regulations. And with that, there'll be ongoing monitoring of our public water supply system that we would be building. Those are the governing regulations. For us, we have to comply with them, and those are the standards to which we are compared and make sure that our systems, we have to make sure that our systems comply with those. On fire, I think it's important to remember that the measures that we're talking about and proposing to implement are intended to address issues and incidences on the site. And what I mean by this is that they're not intended to be implemented for under canvas to be there to fight wildland fires. We are not the first responders to that. I think CAL FIRE will
Mr. McBreedy
speak to this as well. Yes.
Mr. McBreedy, I'm sorry I have to stop you there. You had 15 minutes and your 15 minutes is up. So thank you very much for that. I'll look to see, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Supervisors Kirk or Brennan, I can't see you, but I'll just check and see if you have any questions for the applicant.
No, not now.
No, I'm good for now.
Okay.
I'm good for now.
So at this time, I'll look to County Council. We'll be moving on to which appellant do we have lined up first?
I'll ask Ms. Yaley that question because I'm not sure.
I'm assuming it would go in order of who filed.
I don't think it matters, actually.
Thank you for checking. Ellison Folk with Save Sawmill Mountain is the first appellant.
Okay. And I'm sorry, it was Ellison Folk?
Ellison Folk, thank you.
Okay. Are they on the line?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Are you
Great.
ready to present your arguments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I
so
am.
You'll have 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellison Folk. I'm a partner at Shoot Mahaly and Weinberger, and I will be presenting the appeal of Save Sawmill Mountain. And Save Sawmill Mountain is a coalition of residents and property owners in the Sawmill Mountain area, and it includes many longtime residents of Tuolumne County. And we're here today because we have serious concerns about the project and the county's environmental review. And this has been a process that was flawed from the beginning when the county first tried to approve the project on the basis of a negative declaration without any meaningful review of its environmental impacts and the necessary mitigation. And since then, the county has prepared an environmental impact report, but that document is also seriously flawed. The county has ignored requests for additional time to submit comments on the draft EIR and the final EIR, and it has rushed to approve the project without giving adequate consideration to many significant environmental impacts and without adequate opportunities for public comment. And in its rush, the county has made mistakes that make this project vulnerable to legal challenge and that fly in the face of one of the core purposes of CEQA, which is to ensure that the public has enough information to understand and meaningfully address the issues raised by the proposed project. And we've laid out our concerns in the letter submitted to the county yesterday, in prior correspondence to the county, and in testimony to the Planning Commission. And today we will focus on some of the most serious issues that were raised in our previous submissions to the county. And really the first issue is the issue of wildfire impacts and safety. And I think this really is the clearest example of the failure to take the responsibilities of CEQA seriously, because, and I'll just start with the most absurd claim in the EIR, and that is that approval of the project will actually reduce the potential for ignition of wildfires. And because it starts with this assumption, the EIR contains no serious discussion of the project's potential to expose people or structures to a significant risk of loss, injury, or death involving wildland fires. And even a moment's reflection reveals the absurdity of this claim. The project is located in a very high fire hazard severity zone that has experienced 6 major fires in the last 100 years. The project itself would be a source of new wildfire ignitions because it introduces people, cars, equipment, campfires, and stoves into this hazardous location. And the Under Canvas project is particularly concerning because it includes fire pits, community campfire rings, wood stoves inside of wood-framed canvas tents, and yet the project does not include, and the county is not requiring, fire suppression systems. And the EIR ignored all of these significant risks and claimed that the project would have no significant impacts. And as a result, it failed in its role as an informational document, and most importantly, it failed to require adequate mitigation that could avoid or minimize these impacts. And addressing this failure is not a simple fix that can be cured just by adding a few mitigation measures at the Planning Commission hearing, as they try to do, or for that matter, adding mitigation measures now. It's not enough to say that the project will comply with the codes. If that were the case, and if that were all that was necessary, there'd be no reason to do an EIR in any case, because projects always have to comply with the law. But one of the fundamental purposes of CEQA is to analyze and disclose the potentially significant project impacts. And because the EIR here failed entirely to own up to the significant wildfire impacts of this project, the county cannot approve it until the deficiencies in the EIR are corrected and until that document is circulated for public review and new mitigation measures and alternatives that would reduce or avoid wildfire impacts are considered and adopted. And I'd now like to address the issue of traffic and traffic safety from the project. And again, here, the EIR failed to conduct an adequate analysis of one of the primary impacts of the project. Comments submitted on the draft EIR and at the Planning Commission hearing noted that the EIR had conducted no traffic study at all, and they questioned the basis upon which the EIR estimated traffic from the project. And as noted in the report that we submitted, prepared by Griffin Cove Transportation Consultants, the EIR substantially undercounted traffic from the project as an excuse to avoid preparing a traffic study. It inappropriately relied on average trip counts from another smaller under canvas project, and it failed to look at actual, not average peak hour trips. And as a result, the EIR understated traffic levels from this project. And if it had accurately counted traffic levels, it would have triggered Caltrans's standards for preparation of a traffic study here. And we're not just talking about a few extra cars on the road. The undercount of project traffic undermines the analysis of vehicle miles traveled, and it understates the greenhouse gas emissions from the project. It also overlooks serious traffic safety concerns, including whether there are adequate sight lines to allow for the safe entry and exit of vehicles to and from Highway 120. And on this point, the EIR's failure to provide accurate trip numbers, as well as its inconsistent description of conditions along Highway 120 in the vicinity of the project, render the document's conclusions regarding the project's impacts completely unreliable. And it's particularly important that we have an adequate analysis of traffic impacts here, because this is just one of many projects proposed in the area that will increase traffic on Highway 120. And it's especially important when you view this project in connection with the Terra V project right across the street, which will also increase traffic and create traffic conflicts on Highway 21 in this exact area. And finally, I just want to take a minute to address the public process here and the public comment period, and what we really see as a failure to take that process seriously. The draft EIR and the final EIR, failed to respond to the comments of two environmental organizations in Tuolumne County that had submitted comments. And which contravenes the requirements of CEQA, and that the hastily put together responses that were posted on the eve of the Planning Commission hearing failed to give the consideration required by CEQA. They were conclusory responses, and they ignored specific issues that were raised by these well-established organizations who had provided their comments in a good faith effort to understand the impacts of the project. I also have to note that the draft EIR failed to include the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is required by the county code, which specifically requires that document to be included in the draft EIR. And we can see the importance of the need to include things like that program in the draft EIR because the first time people got to see what the mitigation monitoring and reporting program would look like was in the final EIR, which was released just a little more than 10 days before the Planning Commission hearing. And this is the first time people got to see that document. And when concerns were raised about the adequacy of mitigation for such things as wildfire, the Planning Commission was left trying to come up with things on the spot. And this is not the deliberative good faith process of analyzing and mitigating project impacts that is required by CEQA or, for that matter, the county code. And finally, I just want to respond to this idea that the role of the Board of Supervisors is not to decide whether or not this is a good project. While CEQA might not judge the value of a project, it certainly is the role of the elected board to determine whether this is a good project for the community. And to the role of CEQA is to ensure that people and you as decision makers have enough information to understand what the project really means for the community and what needs to be done in order to address those impacts, and whether or not there are alternatives that would actually be a better fit. And based on the review that's been conducted so far, we really believe the only way that the board should decide this matter is to grant the appeal, send this matter back to staff and the EIR consultant, and direct them to prepare and recirculate a new draft EIR so that you, the decision makers, and the public can understand the impacts of this project and ensure that they are adequately mitigated. And that's all we have for now. I'm happy to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to look and see if there are any questions for appellant. Any questions from Supervisors Kirk or Brennan? I don't hear any questions, so thank you very much for that. We're going to move on to the second appellant in this matter. Who do we have as the second appellant?
The second appellant is Mr. Matt Chapman.
Okay. Mr. Chapman, are you on the line?
Hello?
All right. Are you on the line, Mr.
Hello?
Chapman?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, loud and clear. So you'll have
Okay.
you'll have 15 minutes. Are you ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to relate to you that in my written statement to you, I want to rely on that. In 15 minutes, I'm not going to be able to cover everything. And in the statement of the case, I sort of took you through a journey. I'm a local landowner, and unbeknownst to me, this land got divided. And I found out about it as a result of this development, and I pursued that, filed a complaint on the county Board of Supervisors, which went unresponded to, and then I submitted it on CEQA. Now, there's a lot of comments by the lead agency about how this stuff's out of the purview of CEQA, and a lot of those statements, they were related to the board without any authoritative justification. I'd like to point out that my written appeal presented with justification relating state laws and stuff, and I would hope that if you make a quasi-judicial decision today, that information I gave you does not end up being lost in your determination. I was trying to decide how best to deal with this time, and because a lot of my written complaint has to do with how the unlawful land division issue was dealt with, I thought it would be appropriate that the board members fully understood the nature of that complaint. In order to do that, I had sent a email this morning that sort of consolidated some exhibits, and I would hope that the board could find those exhibits and that I could walk you through this illegal land division so you fully understand it. Well, I don't know if somebody could reply if they can find that consolidation of exhibits or not. Hello?
So
I guess you... Hello?
I'm looking to council to see if there's an answer for that.
Excuse me, he's asking about the exhibits that he'd submitted. If we can pause Mr. Chapman's
I
time.
have a...
Okay, so you'd like your exhibits to be presented as you're talking about them, I guess? That's what you're asking for?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, yes.
Okay. Can we pause Mr. Chapman's time? And we're going to see if we can find those for you, sir. Just hold on 1 minute. If we can locate those, then...
These were sent, Supervisor Campbell, to the board clerk, Heather Ryan. I'm looking at an email. It addresses all of the members of the board as well that was sent this morning. Let's see. I received it at, or actually, no, I'm looking at it. It was received this afternoon. I received it at 1:29 p.m. I don't know if that helps find it. I can also resend that if that would be helpful.
Okay, so is this a letter or a visual that we can... Okay.
Yeah, it should be a visual, some plats.
Yeah, that's...
Survey plats.
Just bear with us 1 minute. We're getting your materials ready, and then we'll continue on.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chapman, we have MC Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2, and then comparison of land area exchanged. Are those the exhibits you're talking about?
Yeah, those. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We could start with number 1. It's a sketch of the lot line adjustment. It's upside down, but the orientation is better that way. It works with the other maps.
So I'm just going to make sure I'm looking at council. So these are entered into the public record and they're available for the public to view as well.
They are in the record. I'm not sure if they're available for public review anywhere at this point.
Okay. And is that a requirement? Okay. So that's not a requirement, but so folks that after this meeting will be able to view the exhibits.
Oh, we can share them on the screen right now, it looks like.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. That's perfect. That solves all the issues. Okay. All right, Mr. Chapman, you have 12 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. We have your exhibit up on the screen. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, that exhibit shows the lot line adjustment involved in the after the land division. What I want to point out to you is you'll see a dashed line, and below it is a solid line. And what that represents, that dashed line, is the purported location of the 1960 position of the highway. The line directly below it, a solid line, represents the southern boundary of the highway via a 2003 survey. Now, the area between the dashed line and the solid line is one of the parcels of the certificate of compliance, and it's related on that map. The second certificate of compliance is the pullout that's also outlined in dashed lines. So I wanted you to be able to picture what is declared the two parcels of the certificate of compliance, okay? Now I'm going to switch over. I got to go to another file so I can keep up with you. Hang on. Okay, now I'm on another series of exhibits, 2 through 6, they describe it. There are a bunch of survey plats with arrows on them. I would like you to go to the third plat, if you could, and it has Maisie Wollstinghume's name on it. Could you confirm that you're there?
I see it on my screen, and we're working on bringing it up for the public's benefit. So go ahead, sir.
Okay. Any rate, the Maisie Wollstinghume, that's when they built the highway in 1960. And you'll see some arrows on it. And when they built it, they set monuments. The arrow on the left is 2 concrete monuments. The arrow on the right is 2 brass monuments. And the center circles bearing designation. Now, those monuments were set when they built the highway. I want you to scroll back now to the first survey on that series, if you would. And it shows the 2003 survey by Caltrans. And when they did that survey, they found the monuments that were set in 1960. And those are pointed out on the first survey. And there's a bearing marker placed, that circled, that shows the bearing. If you go to the second survey, scroll over to it, there's the 2003 survey, and they're showing the 2 brass markers as found from the original survey. Now, the significant effect of this is that you have a 1960 survey when the highway was built, showing the coordinates of Maisie Wollstinghume, and then you have the 2003 survey. And both of those surveys show the highway in the exact same location. Now, remember from the lot line discussion or exhibit, they showed those 2 boundaries not in the same place. So the objective survey facts show that the highway is exactly where it was when they built it in 1960. Yet you have this surveyor, some figment of his imagination, claiming 15 acres of offset in those boundaries, right? That's not substantiated by the survey record. Now, I will point out that these surveys have monuments, they have bearings, they have distances. They're the surveys of record done by the federal government in Caltrans. And all we get from the surveyor who claimed 15 acres is a sketch with nothing on it. No bearings, no distances, no monuments. And it is just not consistent with the facts. Now, This has been presented to the county surveyor. He's come back with several iterations of explanations on this. But my problem with it is that he's a surveyor and he should be relying on the objective fact of the surveys of record. It indicates that lot line adjustment is just fraudulent. It was negligent. It's not reflected by the survey documentation. Really, the county surveyor should be going to that surveyor and asking him to explain this anomaly, how he has a separation in the southern boundaries that's not shown by documentation. So at any rate, hopefully now the county can sort of has a realization of my argument. Now that argument of fraud is just one of many that's in that full complaint. There are other issues, problems with this certificate of compliance land division as well. A lot of that was suppressed by lead agency and it was never responded to. Now I'm trying to play catch up here. So hopefully you understand that. And I think there's one more exhibit that you might look at, and that's number 7, I think. That was prepared by a neighbor of mine in conjunction with a land planner, surveyor, and it actually compared what happened in 2003, the exchanges, and there's no exchange of land. The claim is there was 15 acres of land that somehow got exchanged, and none of it's supported by any factual documentation. So that hopefully the board can understand that picture. If I have a few minutes left, I wanted to address one other issue. It was claimed by the lead agency that the federal land issue, as far as utilization of the forest road, was outside the scope of CEQA. Now, I cited a law from CEQA law, Division 21006, where it states the legislature finds, declares that this division is an integral part of any public agency's decision-making process, including the issuance of permits or entitlements for activities undertaken to pursue to federal statutes. Now, this is claiming that the federal permit is integral to the decision. Now, integral is part of the whole. So I don't understand the lead agency's claim in stating that the permitting of the road, they can certify CEQA without including the permitting of the road. That's not substantiated by law. So, any rate, I don't know how much time I have left. Can anybody relate to me?
You have 3 minutes and about 40 seconds left, sir.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to relate about the MAP Act, and that's the operative statute here. And it's the operative word within the MAP Act for bringing a claim is whenever a claim is brought. And the board actually has a duty to hear that claims. Now, I filed that complaint on this board, and I never got a response from you. There's an attorney general opinion said it's a duty or it's required to have these complaints heard. And like I said, it's a duty under county law, but nothing happened. Now, the MAP Act also does not prohibit any other remedy in law, equity, or summary judgment. Now, I assert that CEQA is a remedy in law that's supported by one of the categorical topical categories within Appendix G. And I laid that out in my written presentation to you. And again, I hope these facts that I present to you just don't get dismissed under baseless assertions by the lead agency. I mean, if you're conducting a quasi-judicial hearing, I mean, at some point, their statements have to be made accountable to some law, and I would hopefully expect you to do that in your decision today. And on that, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But on that, I think I've said my piece the best I can in the 15 minutes allotted.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to look to the supervisors if there's any questions. I did have one question. I'll look to council to address. There were some specific claims about the easement for Caltrans and some specific claims there. Can you address those?
Supervisor, are you referencing the use of the Forest Service road or the land division issue?
Both.
Well, first, the use of the Forest Service road and any NEPA review that would be required for that really is a separate issue. The granting of any permits to use that road would be governed by the Forest Service and their separate environmental review and regulations. CEQA does encourage, as staff already noted, concurrent CEQA and NEPA review. However, it's not a requirement and doesn't preclude the board from certifying the EIR as it stands. Going on to the allegations of the illegal land division, the history of these parcels is laid out pretty clearly in the board materials. I've reviewed Mr. Chapman's appeal, his assertions, and communicated with the county surveyor about them, and there's no evidence that I've seen of any fraud or illegal land division. Moreover, the creation of the current configuration of these parcels was done in 2004, which was 16 years ago, by the property owners through a lot line adjustment of 4 parcels. That adjustment was approved by the county surveyor. That approval was recorded, it was publicly accessible. An appeal of that approval to the Board of Supervisors under the ordinance code would have had to have been filed within 10 days of that approval back in 2004. So that issue is really not properly before the board today. It doesn't, as staff referenced, it's really not a CEQA issue in that it doesn't really address an environmental impact of this project. So really the appropriate venue for that allegation of an illegal land division at this point would likely be the courts. However, since it's been, as I noted, 16 years, any action on that point would likely be barred due to a failure to exhaust administrative remedies.
Okay. All right, so now we will, I'll look to see if the board has any questions on anything that we've heard up to this point, all applicants, all appeals, and staff presentation. After we take questions from the Board of Supervisors, we'll break and then return for public comment. Supervisor Gray.
There we go. On the appellate for the Save Sawmill Mountain group, the representative mentioned 3 particular issues, I believe 4 particular issues that she felt were not answered within the EIR. Wildfire, traffic, water and monitoring program. As I recall, those documents, the draft did address those issues. Am I correct or incorrect?
Supervisor Gray, I'm going to address 2 of them, and if it's all right, I'm going to have the EIR consultant address the other 2 just for a quick summary, and then if there's additional detailed questions, we can take those.
All right, thank you.
Working backwards with respect to the mitigation monitoring reporting program, the details of all the mitigation measures, the responsibilities of those measures and the timings is included in our draft EIR and was available for public comment. It may not have been in a table format, which is how a traditional MMRP is presented in a final EIR, but all of the measures were made public in the draft EIR and therefore were available for public review and comment during that public comment review time. With respect to the public process and failure to take public comment seriously, as I mentioned in the Planning Commission meeting, 2 comments that were submitted during the draft review process were inadvertently left out of the final EIR. One had been blocked by the county's firewall system. The second was an inadvertent error. There was no intention for those to be left out. As soon as we were made aware of those omissions, staff with consultants worked to respond to those letters and provide that information in a final EIR errata. I would say that also CEQA law only requires that the notice for a final EIR be given to public agencies who comment on a draft EIR 10 days prior to a hearing, and that is a date that the county did hold to. I'm going to go ahead and invite in Luke Evans. He is our project manager from ESA Consulting. He was the project manager for the environmental impact report, and I'm going to ask Luke to address the questions that were raised regarding the traffic analysis as well as wildfire safety. Luke?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Very
great.
well.
I'll go ahead and start with the wildfire. One of the issues that was specifically raised in the appellant's letter was their contention that our finding of a significant non-avoidable impact to wildland fire conditions on the site if the project were not approved. What that was based on the existing conditions on the site. If you visit the site currently, it is really essentially an island of untreated fuels within an area that has been treated. All National Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service lands to the west and the south underwent extensive fuel treatment as part of the rimfire restoration. Lands across the street, private lands across the street, across Highway 120, directly north of the site, have undergone fuel treatment. The project site, for the most part, has not undergone any treatment, and as a result, there are extensive areas of dense vegetation and fallen timber and other hazardous fuel materials. If the project is undertaken, those areas will be treated. That is, by any objective measure, an improvement over what is there currently. Let me just read what we said in the draft DIR about this. We said, in its current condition, the site presents a hazard with respect to fuel loads, both in the understory and the overstory. This condition represents a risk of wildfire, not only on the site, but potentially to surrounding areas. Without fuel modifications, the rate of spread and flame length associated with a fire on the site would likely exceed the upper limits of control by direct attack methods. And there was a citation provided by a retired CAL FIRE deputy director who actually made that statement. Without a funding source for the hazardous fuel reductions on the site, such as that provided by the proposed project, this condition would likely continue under the no project alternative and would therefore present a potentially significant impact. We found that, I think by any objective measure, that statement is correct. Existing conditions on the site are highly hazardous, and they will be improved as a result of the project. Now, that gets us to the next question of, will the project itself create an adverse effect with respect to wildfire? And the answer to that question we found is no. And how we got to that finding was based on quite a few things. Number one, the project's compliance with standard regulatory requirements for fire abatement and fire control and building materials, building codes, etc. And also the applicants integrating substantial fuel fire safety measures into their project design. And then finally, there were additional mitigation measures placed on the project that went above and beyond those standard regulatory conditions and the concessions or the project design features that the applicant had already integrated into their project. So when you add all those things up, you get to a situation where the fire risk from the project site is not substantially higher than it would be without the project. So that's how we landed on that conclusion, and I think that is adequately supported in the record, and any assertions otherwise are in error. So before I move on to traffic, anybody have any questions on that?
I don't see any questions. Was traffic one of the questions that you had?
Well, traffic was, what I was trying to address are the subjects that were brought up by the appellant. So traffic was one of them, if you could address that.
Sure. Be happy to. I've read the appellant's letter. I understand what the points are that they're raising. One of their primary points is they believe that we underestimated the trip generation by the project. And this was an issue that we addressed early on when we were analyzing the project. And that has to do with how do we determine, this is an unusual type of project. Not a hotel. It is not a campground. Those of you who've ever done any kind of analysis knows that traffic analysts use the ITE guidelines that have standardized rates for different types of land uses. For instance, there's a standardized trip generation rate for hotels. There's one for motels. There's one for supermarkets, schools, whatever. This project, based on its unique operational characteristics, doesn't really fit into any clearly defined ITE categorization. And rather than guess, which we couldn't do, or overestimate or underestimate the traffic trips, what we decided to do is go ahead and look at a actual operating under canvas facility and see how many trips generated. We ran traffic counts at the under canvas site in Grand Canyon in Arizona, and we ran that over a several day period. Specifically, we ran it during the weekend time when the use would be highest. We used those numbers and we averaged those out and determined the average tent site on an under canvas project will generate approximately 2.6 trips per day. In other words, if a tent site is occupied, about 2.6 trips per day will be generated from that site. Now that includes not just trips made by guests, it includes trips made by staff, employees, deliveries, everything else. All of that was captured within that average. 2.6 times 99 sites, assuming the site was going to be fully operational and fully occupied, comes out to about 257 trips per day. That is substantially less than the 500 trips per day that would be required to trigger a traffic study under the county's guidelines. It would also be substantially less than would be required to trigger a traffic study for the Caltrans guidelines. I'd also like to point out that Caltrans had the opportunity to comment on this project, and they did provide comments on the draft, on both the initial study and the draft DIR, and there's been some additional correspondence since that time that's not part of the record. And Caltrans took no issue with the finding that a traffic study was not required. So when you add all that up, the appellant's contention that this project is substantially greater, substantially more impactful than it is not supported. So that's essentially all I have to say about traffic. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them concerning those or any other topic related to the EIR.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gray, any more questions?
No, that's.
All right, Supervisor Rotifer? No. Chairwoman Brennan?
No, they've been answered. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Kirk?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so Several of my questions were answered, so let me work backward and find what is left here. So one of the issues that was mentioned by staff was the county code 100 foot from domestic wells for septic systems of this nature. Is that correct? So that's the limit. What is the actual distance of this septic system from domestic wells? If you have an estimate.
Luke, do we have an estimate of the closest? I know what it's been reported by members of the public that it's the closest one's 800 feet. We're well within that area. Well, outside that area.
Maybe if you move on to another question, I will look that up and give you an answer.
Okay.
Thanks.
With regard to the fire inspection, could you expand a little bit on that? Who will conduct the fire inspection and under what will they be looking for in that type of inspection?
I can start, and then I believe we have our fire inspector, Steve Gregory, on our Zoom call who can give you more information. But that is done through the Fire Prevention Bureau by a fire inspector. There's certain standard safety, life safety measures that they are looking for. In addition to that, there's plans submitted during the building permit process that I identify what those expectations are. And so, Steve, if you're available, can you answer that question, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. What was the specific question?
So,
Supervisor Campbell?
I'm assuming you'll be the one to conduct inspections in the event of an approved project. Can you walk us through what you'll be looking at with that type of inspection? What hazards, what codes will the applicant have to abide by?
So a standard fire inspection of its facility of that type would be, there's quite a long list, but the short answer would be general housekeeping, fire extinguishers, site cleanliness, obstructions of any roads, kitchen inspections, defensible space, weed abatement, if that kind of gets you in the ballpark.
And how often will you conduct those inspections?
Those are done annually.
Okay. And then the other question I had, I guess is kind of associated with that. We talked about the additional fee being assessed. At what point would that be determined, and how would that be determined? And what would that specifically pay? What services would that go to pay for?
Sure. So we did look at this in both this project and others, and the intent of the fee is not just to look at the draw on emergency services with respect to fire, but also ambulance, law enforcement, and others. And so we're working with my department's working with the county administrator's office right now to begin a process of establishing what additional resources are needed on that area, looking at that delta between existing and needed, what it would cost, and then coming up with a fair share equation that this project and others can contribute towards providing those services. And I know that Tracy Riggs, County Administrative Officer, is here if she has anything to add.
Hey, Quincy, this is Supervisor Kirk. I have a quick question on that. Would it be specific to this development, future development, or all developments along that corridor?
So there's a condition of approval specific to this project. Other projects that we're processing right now, we're also looking at that as a condition of approval. It's not, we can't go back to previously approved projects unless those conditions of approval have openers to relook at providing emergency services. So we're looking forward to both residential and commercial projects from along the entire 120 corridor to make sure that any improvements that need to happen can be funded on a fair share basis through developments and other funding sources as well.
Okay. And then I do have one more question, and it is more for the general public because I had somebody reach out and ask me. But the EIR, Luke Evans is with the EIR, correct?
Correct.
Can we just clarify for the public that the EIR is a separate? It's not the county staff doing the EIR, correct? It's a contract outside agency.
Sure, thank you for the question. I'll explain how that works. It's a third-party contract between an applicant, the county, and an environmental consulting firm. And this is how we process environmental impact reports in Tuolumne County. It's not specific to this project. It's how we process all environmental impact reports. The document that's produced is ultimately the responsibility of the county, as we are the lead agency. County staff reviews drafts along the way, receives input from our other county partners and our stakeholders within the county, other agencies like fire and sheriff, environmental health, et cetera, et cetera. And so all of the county departments speak into the environmental document, and then ultimately what is produced is a county environmental impact report that we are responsible for the content. The cost of the environmental impact report is borne by an applicant.
Okay. I think Supervisor Gray, you had another question, and then we'll go back and revisit the septic question.
Yes, I apologize for not bringing this up to Mr. Gregory earlier. We received a document this morning that outlined a fire and emergency safety plan for under canvas. I unfortunately can't get it to call up right now. Mr. Gregory, have you looked at that document yet?
No, I have not seen that yet.
That document was submitted to our department this morning. It's in response to a commitment that the applicant made during in their project description. It's not required to be approved by County Fire at this point. It's a document that we actually anticipated getting much further down the line at the time that they go to the building permit. So it's great that we have it now, and that County Fire, through the code analysis part of the project, can now begin working on the code analysis implementation of this fire plan with the applicant to ensure that all codes are met.
And we would, at that time, we would have the County Fire would have the options to add or delete items as they see fit in accordance with the fire code.
Yes, there is a condition of approval that requires County Fire to speak into obviously their building plans, as well as any other fire plan that's going to have apparatus or infrastructure on the site. All of that, including tank sizes, nozzle diameters, hose lengths, fire pressure, all of that is reviewed and approved by County Fire before the project's constructed.
Thank you.
So Quincy, this is Kirk again. So just so I'm clear, it's a part of the conditional use permit, but it's not necessarily required by the EIR.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, let me be really clear. It's required by the EIR as it's a part of the project description. So it is required as a part of the EIR, but it's because of the commitments that the applicant has made, as well as the code requirements that are put on a project. That's why it's a part of the EIR. It's not a mitigation measure through the EIR.
Okay. Was there any, did we have an answer to the distance of the septic leach field from the nearest domestic well?
Yes, Luke Evans with the ESA, and I can respond to that. I found that information. Currently, the regulations require a 100-foot setback from domestic water wells, and even more restrictive, 150-foot water wells. Currently, the nearest offsite well would be more than 1,000 feet from the proposed leach field. We just did some additional measurements, and that's actually more like about 1,200 feet. So it's actually quite a bit more. In other words, about 10 times more than is required under the current regulations.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm looking to see if there are any more questions.
Just before we go to public comment, I'd like to clarify with Ms. Yaley. For the public, I think it's important to understand that although approval of the EIR is very, very important, and approval of the project is very important, oversight of that project and permitting requirement or inspection requirements and all of the things to ensure that the project is done the way it was permitted continue all the way through project completion. And even in some cases like fire inspections that we were talking about after the project is operational. So this is not the only control on this project. And what I've seen in a lot of comments are things that aren't necessarily relevant to the approval of, or the acceptance of the EIR and approval of the project, but are more applicable to ensuring that the project is done correctly. Is that a fair statement?
It is, in the fact that, as I explained during the presentation, the CEQA process is the overarching evaluation that we do of all of the potential impacts from a project, and any subsequent approvals or plans that are submitted or construction that occurs down the line has to fit within that box that the CEQA document covers. If something were to happen down the line that wasn't covered in a CEQA document, this does happen from time to time on other projects, the first thing we do is we always go back and look at the CEQA document. Was this component, construction piece, impact evaluated under CEQA, and is what is being handed to me at my desk today, was that included in the CEQA document? If it's yes, we go down that path. If it's no, we put the brakes on and we have to go back and do additional environmental analysis on whatever the issue is that's being raised on that day.
Okay.
Just one more question I had. Is there an evacuation plan built into any of these documents, or is that part of the purpose of any of this?
Yes, hello, Natalie Rizzi. Part of the those emergency plans do include evacuation plan for the under canvas facility.
And can you give us a little more detail about what that might be?
Yeah, I believe I kind of touched on this in the presentation, but it would include training of all the employees on site so they know where the evacuation routes are. It would include an orientation briefing for guests when they check into the facility. It indicated that it would include emergency alert system, and that they would have protocol for guests that are disabled or don't have transport from the site.
Okay.
And Supervisor Campbell, if I can also add, in your staff report is included a synopsis. We did also look at a cumulative evacuation scenario of this project, as well as the proposed Terra V project, Berkeley Camp, as well as the Thousand Trails RV Camp, which is located on Hardin Flat Road. We did work with our OES, our sheriff, on that evaluation to ensure that any concerns that were raised were adequately disclosed and addressed in that analysis. So that is in your staff report.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's see, any more questions? I'll invite Christina Cunha back up to reiterate our public participation procedures, and then we will break for 40 minutes.
Break for 40 minutes?
Good afternoon again. I'm Christina Cunha, today's public comment coordinator. Public comment will be accepted at 209-533-6581. All calls received will be placed on hold until the chair opens the public comment period, at which time the callers will have an opportunity to speak to the board in the order that their calls were received. When it's your turn to comment, you will be notified prior to transfer to the live board meeting. If for some reason you are disconnected, please call back. This number should not be called to merely listen to the board meeting. However, when you are placed on hold, you will hear the board meeting in the background. There will not be a way to determine the duration of the waiting period, as applicants, appellants, and board members will be speaking prior to public comment. We encourage callers to wait until the chair opens public comment prior to calling in. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. We'll reconvene at 3:40, at 4:40.
Pardon me?
Okay. So we're back for this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. At this time, I will open the public hearing. We'll take public comment on all appeals and all applications. I'm looking toward the back to see if we have our first commenter. Okay. And as soon as they're ready, they can go ahead and go on with the board. And just as a reminder, each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. And at the end of that 3 minutes, we'll have to move on to the next person. So try to stay within that time limit. I'll have to be pretty strict to that time limit in order to give everyone an equal opportunity to speak. So you've got 3 minutes and you can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
My name is Keith Martin. I'm a resident in Groveland. I sent a letter to the board on December 10th, and specifically dealing with the condition in the condition of approvals number 6, which requires that the fire protection division that they make sure that the plans for this project comply with Section 450 of the California Building Code, which is for organized camps. In looking at Section 450, specifically Section 450.111 of the California Building Code, it states that a organized camp is a site with programs and facilities established with the primary purpose of providing an outdoor group living experience with social, spiritual, educational, or recreational objectives for 5 days or more during one or more seasons of the year. The term organized camp does not include a motel, a tourist camp, trailer park, resort, and additional things. This project has already been identified by the planning department in their description as most closely resembling a motel or a hotel, which then is in direct contradiction or does not comply with Section 450. The person responsible for determining compliance with 450, I have been told, is the fire marshal, who's Steve Gregory, who I hope is still on this call. And so I ask him, how are you going to certify compliance with 450 when the definition 450.1.1.1 specifically says that 450 can't apply to a project like Under Canvas? And I also asked that same question of the Board of Supervisors. How are you going to allow this project to go on when it specifically does not comply with this section of the code? So you should send it back and either find a section of the code that does apply to this project, or if you can't do that, then you should deny it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll look to see if the next person is queued up. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Ellie Owen. There will be 2 of us. Because of the first Terra V appeal, from the Manleys, indirect or not, wouldn't it behoove the county to verify Claire Kosovich's claim of water shortage at the under-canvas site, just to ensure an adequate amount of water supply in light of the severity of high fire danger? Since the Manleys own both Terra V and under-canvas properties, I believe out of an abundance of caution, the water shortage issue should be investigated. The Manleys' long history with this land gives them firsthand knowledge and expertise that may not be obvious to the county. Let's see if Claire's claims are valid and consult with the Manley family directly. Thanks. Here's our other comments.
This is Patricia Elliott. The under-canvas property is defined as a very high fire hazard area by state fire officials. When catastrophic fires in California take entire towns, why do the under-canvas developers think that fireproofing the canvas tents is enough when we see the melted cars and trucks from the Paradise Fire?
Is that the, did you have more
I'm
comments?
sorry, let me finish.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
Is the time up? Okay.
No, you've still got 2 minutes.
The Paradise Fire, thank you. It's not an indication of, is that not an indication of the reality of the severity of California fires? None of the tents will survive the kind of heat generated by these fires. Please put people's lives ahead of profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Checking to see if we have another person prepared to comment.
Hello?
Hello, you'll have 3 minutes to comment. You're on with the board.
I'm Lee Zimmerman. We built the county's 2 largest hospitality operations and know what has been required and should be required of hospitality development in our area. We are not saying don't let this be built. We just ask that you require it to be done properly and safely with appropriate analysis and protections. Under Canvas's developers made a strategic choice to present their development as a campground and use the non-wood frame nature of their structures to try to minimize development requirements to save money. They made the bet in their own self-interest that put you in a bind today of wanting to approve the development, but knowing the EIR and associated mitigations are inadequate. The developers could have done as Terra V did, acknowledging the risks and impacts of a full hospitality development with hundreds of daily guests, restaurant and commercial laundry, and proposed on-site firefighting protection, highway improvements, and on-site staff housing. Instead, they proposed 100 wood-burning stoves inside tents filled with flammable guest items and requiring daily hot ash disposal. They proposed no on-site firefighting capacity with large water tank, hydrants, and sprinklers, but instead a laughable 125-gallon water truck. They dismissed the need for a traffic study when peak hour, not daily, traffic flows fairly required, and when one was required for Terra V of similar size. They proposed no on-site staff housing, instead claiming they only need an absurdly low 20 to 30 staff, a number reduced for no reason from the already too low 40 staff they claimed in their draft EIR. The planning department, perhaps because it hadn't seen something like this before, didn't do needed high-level code assessment to define the core protections required of such a permanent hospitality development. As a result, under Canvas's development conditions lack whole swaths of fire safety conditions that are in Terra V's and in ours. It's a shame time was wasted on a faulty dismissive EIR in an effort to minimize cost, but it happened, and now it's your role as backstop and protector to the county's citizens, finances, and liability to step in. Adding additional conditions on the fly without analysis and code guidance, like the planning commissioners did in an effort to cover up the failings of the EIR, makes a mockery of the process. Interestingly, approving under canvas today and forcing a lawsuit will actually backfire and delay generating TOT from the project. Time and money will be spent defending a lawsuit that will be lost given the flagrancy of the flaws and lack of credible impact analyses in the EIR, and affirmed by the misguided actions of the planning commissioners to add fire protection conditions after approving the EIR, thereby blatantly confirming the EIR's failings. The EIR will still have to be revised, but after the delay and expense of the lawsuit. There's nothing contradictory about being strongly in favor of this development and its benefits to the county while recognizing the failures of the EIR, denying approval, and sending it back for appropriate revisions and mitigations. Doing so is in the best interest of the county.
Mr. Zimmerman, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off right there. That was 3 minutes. I have to allow the same amount of time for every caller. Thank you very much for those comments. I'll look to see if we have another person queued up. Hello and welcome.
Yeah, this is Tim Hutchins. There are going to be two people speaking here.
Okay.
I hope you folks will listen to the overwhelming opposition from the citizens of Tuolumne County you're going to hear this afternoon. So far, our well-documented objections and concerns have just been ignored through all the steps that got us here today. And just for the record, 99 wood stoves and tents are a foolish and unnecessary risk. What was the Planning Commission thinking? But rather than repeat all the legitimate concerns just to be ignored again, I'm going to talk about what is obviously the driver for both of these projects, the potential TOT tax revenues. The county repeatedly cites a 12-year-old study about the need for 400 more rooms on the 120 corridor. This out-of-date study is flawed. It was based on endless projected growth in Yosemite visitation. With 5 million annual visitors, Yosemite is at capacity. There isn't any more space for more people in Yosemite Valley. Lines just to pay the entrance fee can be 5 miles long and take 3 hours. Visitation levels will never exceed what they were during 2019. Some form of day-use reservations, similar to this year's COVID response system, are going to be adopted. The county's room demand report also ignores the current 300-plus short-term rentals now operating on the Highway 120 corridor because they didn't exist when it was prepared. Those properties have already filled any projected demand for lodging. Why would anyone pay $400 a night to roast or freeze in a dusty, noisy, smoke-filled tent when an entire house is available for half that much? And don't forget the short-term rental property owners are already paying TOT tax. But they also hire local contractors, buy local goods and services, and provide jobs to a number of local cleaning and maintenance services. As a short-term rental owner, I know the folks who operate our cleaning service make an average of $35 an hour. And these are not itinerant, seasonal, minimum wage resort workers, but current Tuolumne County residents. How does it make any sense to flood the market with what is questionably defined as high-end lodging that will just send its profits not just out of the county, but out of the state? There are literally hundreds of negative reviews of other under-canvas facilities. This is far from the upscale operator it pretends to be, even with yoga platforms. Maybe the Planning Commission member who thought it would be a great place to take his girlfriend would like it, but there's hundreds of guests who sure haven't. So let's not approve a risky, unsafe, low-quality development that won't actually increase county revenue and will just hurt local small businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins. And I believe you said there was one more person who wanted to comment. Is there another person on the line wanting to comment? So we'll go to the next person, and hopefully if there was another person.
Hello?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yeah, you're on with the board.
Great, thanks. My name is Patrick Kopel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne River Trust, and I have several comments on this project. First, I want to register a complaint about the county public comment and email address system. I timely submitted comments on both this project and Terra V, and unbeknownst to me, both were apparently blocked by the county firewall. And I wasn't aware of that until I saw my comments weren't posted on the project website. So I, really encourage the county to make sure their public comment system is working well and isn't blocking people inadvertently. That's just not really acceptable. Now, on to my project-specific comments. First, the public review for this project hasn't been acceptable. It's just unacceptable. The project was released at the beginning of the holiday season, and the supervisors' hearing tonight or this afternoon has been crammed in right before the end of the year when a new board is going to take over it, and it just doesn't seem like an above-the-board way to conduct business. So I'd encourage the supervisors to take more time and allow more time for public review. Now, some specific comments about water. The project is located very close to the top of a ridge, which is mostly occupied by Highway 120, the adjacent Terra V project. There's no snowpack that recharges groundwater, nor that supports water supply through the spring and summer. And being near the top of the ridge, there's little surface or groundwater runoff from upslope areas that would either support surface water or groundwater supplies. The county experienced during the height of the drought, there's a very real possibility of groundwater wells going dry. There are a number of private residences and rebuilt Berkeley Tuolumne camp that likely depend on a similar source of fractures in the bedrock for water supply. The project will add significant stress to the system, especially when considered with the adjacent Terra V project. We simply don't have the sufficient information from the EIR that the project won't impact neighbors and the environment. Also, we're concerned about on-site soil conditions not capable of adequately processing the wastewater that will be generated from the project. 250 to 300 persons per day is a huge amount of wastewater that could enter, damage downstream neighbors' water supply or the south fork of the Tuolumne. We need to have a closer look at this. Wildfires have been discussed heavily. This, county has an unfortunate history of leapfrog developments that extend into upslope areas. And with the rim fire experience, we were very fortunate that major population areas didn't get burned. But this project just feels like a ticking time bomb with all these wood stoves and cabins. And finally, I want to just...
Mr. Kopel, so I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. That's 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Hello, you're on with the board.
Hello, I'm Cindy Charles, board member of the Tuolumne River Trust and a Groveland resident. This project still has many significant environmental impacts which must be addressed before it can be approved by the Board of Supervisors. It has been extremely frustrating to see how this planning process has been rushed so that the outgoing supervisors will approve in the remaining hours of this year. It has been shocking how there has not been adequate time for the Tuolumne County residents to provide thoughtful input for this development, which will have a huge impact on the area. It was an extremely careless omission that the detailed FEIR comment letters from the Tuolumne River Trust and the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center were left out. When they were finally addressed by the consultant, they are tacked on as an errata, and then the final EIR document itself was not directly edited to include the responses. I still believe the FEIR as posted is not complete unless it is revised to include those two comment letters and the detailed responses they respectfully deserve. I am seriously concerned that the project's impacts on wildfire risk and protection, a reliable and adequate water supply, emergency services, and cumulative traffic impacts have not been fully addressed. This project insists on using the 99 wood-burning stoves, putting the local population and visitors at risk. It is irresponsible not to have a detailed emergency evacuation plan thought out at this point, as well as solid projections and commitment on financial support of fire and other emergency services. I still don't see how the county grand jury fire safety report of June 2020 can be ignored when it wrote, quote, to survive a truly disastrous event, fire protection and fire readiness must be a continued priority for visitors and residents of Tuolumne County, and these priorities need to be at the forefront of the agendas of all elected officials, unquote. So far in this planning process, this concern has not been a demonstrated priority at all. This project has planned a large septic field, and I have concerns about possible contamination to the South Fork Tuolumne River and neighboring existing wells. Terra V has revised their plans to include a wastewater treatment facility. Shouldn't under canvas not be required to do the same to ensure protection of the groundwater and the river? It is irresponsible to rush ahead with the developments when there are so many questions and unknowns. Stop this fast-track, careless rush to develop forest land in a remote area. Please respect and listen to the concerns of many county residents. Let the newly elected Board of Supervisors review and determine if the project is appropriate for the area, and if so, that the impacts have been fully examined and mitigation measures are responsibly provided. I respectfully request that the board denies approval tonight. And
Thank you, Cindy. I'm sorry, I have to cut you off there.
no problem. I'm done.
Great, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. You're on with the board.
Hi there. Hi, I'm Brian, one of the owners of Evergreen Lodge, and I wanted to provide more details on 3 areas where the EIR is lacking: wildfire, traffic safety, and staff housing. Critical mitigation measures in these areas are missing. First, with wildfire. Under Canvas is not a campground, but a full-service lodge with 99 tents with wood-burning stoves, large reception and dining tent with propane heaters inside, commercial kitchen and laundry facilities, and hundreds of novice users. A fire that escapes under Canvas will arrive at Rush Creek and Evergreen within hours, and the development needs robust on-site firefighting capacity. A fire prevention operating plan and annual fire inspections are not a firefighting system, and guest orientations are not a sprinkler system. Berkeley Camp, being built up the road, is adding a 300,000-gallon water tank, fire hydrants, alarm system, etc. Under Canvas contends that fire system infrastructure requirements aren't needed since they only apply to permanent and traditional structures. But from a code perspective, these are permanent structures. The project's vague description of communal and back-of-house structures allowed no high-level code analysis and resulted in no meaningful firefighting requirements in the conditions of approval. All other hospitality projects in recent history, including Terra V, have included specific call-outs for firefighting infrastructure in the conditions of approval, not added later in code review. Under Canvas is tempting to thread the needle, avoiding the need for robust, sensible fire protection. For traffic safety, the EIR's analysis wrongly dismisses the need for a study. The county cutoff for requiring a traffic study is peak hour traffic at 50 vehicles per hour, not the daily average, but trips during the peak hour. The analysis of the Grand Canyon under Canvas showed Friday peak hour traffic of 65 vehicles per hour, requiring a traffic study. To avoid this, they averaged traffic flow over a few slower days to get an average of 45, just under the threshold. A traffic study should have been required, which would have resulted in the appropriate conclusions of adding a left turn lane and right turn pocket to Highway 120, as Terra V will. For staff housing, under Canvas estimates they'll need 20 to 30 employees. Evergreen Lodge, similar in size, employs over 125 people. Based on my experience, I think they will need 60 to 80 employees. And since there are few potential employees at Groveville, they'll have to be recruited from outside the county. However, there's no seasonal housing available for these staff to rent. Under Canvas should have to provide seasonal on-site housing for at least 40 staff members. Without this, they will cause significant disruption in the local labor and housing markets. I ask the board to please send the EIR back for revision, including appropriate project description and
Brian.
code analysis.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Hi, you're on with the board. Could you mute your computer if you have it on?
Is that better?
Yep, that's better.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to thank you for treating us with respect. It's a pleasant departure from the last couple of commission meetings. I'm Lauren Nickel. I live on Hardin Flat Road, have been here for 40-some-odd years. I ditto the concerns that Lee and Patrick and Cindy reiterated. These things have been gone over so many times. Wildfire is such a serious concern up here, and it doesn't seem to be hitting home, but maybe after tonight it will. There's no reasonable evacuation path. That's really a major concern with all the increase in the number of people that are going to be in the area. The fire hazard of having wood-burning stoves in tent cabins for summer use doesn't make any sense, especially when you consider the people operating those stoves will have zero experience with fire. They simply don't understand the danger. In our lodging, we've had guests place socks and even a box of matches on the top of the wood-burning stove while it's burning. They've even been so helpful as to clean out the ashes of the wood stove and place them in a paper bag outside on the wood deck. They just don't know. And then regarding water and pollution, with no existing infrastructure, there's no emergency services in the area, there's tremendous potential for polluting the water system, the domestic water supply, as well as contamination of the Tuolumne River, wild and scenic Tuolumne River. And speaking as a mother, my son and his young family reside adjacent and downhill from the southeast corner of the project site, which happens to be the location chosen for the septic system. I'm wondering, how can you ensure that the spring on his property, which provides his family's domestic water supply, not be contaminated? Is it acceptable for the county to approve the potential pollution of private property? I'm not sure I heard that in any of the ERRs. The location of this proposed project is also directly above and drains into the protected wild and scenic Tuolumne River. There are simply too many serious issues to warrant approval of this ill-conceived project in this location. I ask you to deny this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome. You're on with the board.
Hello. Hi, my name is Caitlin Rich, and I am from the Twin Heart area.
Okay, I think we lost you, Caitlin. Hello, are you there? Oh, we're trying to find either the next person or see if Caitlin's going to call back. Hello, are you there?
Good evening.
Hello. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Pete Campa, General Manager, Groveland Community Services District, and representing the Groveland Fire Department as well. The CEQA document identifies the GCSD Groveland Fire Department as having the primary responsibility for providing the all hazard emergency response services to the project. The location of the under canvas project is actually outside of the boundaries of the district, as well as the response area boundaries of the Groveland Fire Department in the mutual and automatic aid agreement that we're in with the other departments in the county. Although not responsible to do so, Groveland Fire has historically been responding to emergency calls from the project area in the resorts in that area as well, automatically under the mutual aid agreement, simply because we're the closest fire station, and that's what fire departments do. Simple fact is that the Groveland Fire Department does not have adequate fire staff and equipment resources to effectively respond to emergencies within its boundaries, let alone an increased number of calls at the project location. Once the GCSD engine leaves the district boundaries, with only one engine and 2 to 3 staff at the Merrill Road Cal Fire Station, there are not adequate resources available to then provide coverage for emergencies within the GCSD boundaries and mutual aid response area. Remember, it takes 4 firefighters to enter a burning building to rescue someone or to handle an evolving wildfire, before it goes out of control on a dry, windy day. So in Groveland, really, no one wants to be that second emergency call. Discussions between the county and GCSD have been making great progress toward an agreement for how fire and emergency response services would best be provided in the areas outside of the district boundaries. Options being considered are adding full-time staff to an existing county fire station in the area, increasing resources at the GCSD station, and extending the mutual aid response area. Either of these options would be adequate to provide coverage in the to the project and in the area of GCSD and backup coverage. We look forward to memorializing an agreement with the county and taking it into our respective boards for approval. Lastly, I do want to say that the project proponent has offered that under canvas pay directly to GCSD a proportional share of the costs of funding fire and emergency services. However, the project is located outside the district boundaries, and there is no vehicle for us to charge or accept that fee for the services. So I just wanted to let everyone know that they did offer that, and it looks like it's becoming a condition of your approval. So lastly, the Groveland Fire Department and GCSD take fire and emergency response services very seriously and doing everything within our power to plan logistically and financially to provide the level of service necessary.
Thanks, Pete. I have to cut you off there.
Yep.
Sorry.
No problem.
Thanks very much for those comments. Looking to see if we have the next person queued up. Hello.
Hello. My name is
Welcome.
Rich, and I'm from the Twin-Hurt area. I'll be highlighting why this project should not be approved. The Tuolumne County General Plan allows for special commercial type development.
Is this Caitlin?
The project can be provided.
Okay, we're having a hard time hearing you there. Is there some way?
Okay.
That's much better. Okay. Let's give Caitlin a fresh 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The Tuolumne County General Plan allows for special commercial type developments only when the project can provide a sufficient and reliable water supply to fully meet project needs during drought periods, and only where adequate wastewater treatment for the project will be achieved. There is still no current evidence or solid evidence that the pumping of wells from the project site will be able to sustainably supply water to the under canvas project at a rate sufficient to meet water demands for the 200 plus guests and staff members, restrooms, kitchen, laundry, etc. Although limited pump tests were run on the project site, these tests were done during a normal water year that followed an exceptionally wet year. These tests are not representative of what will occur in dry or drought years. Without dry or drought year well tests, it is not credible for the project applicant, EIR consultants, or for the county to shrug off the potential for a failed water supply during a dry year, especially when there is no backup water supply option at the project site. This project also has no public wastewater treatment options. The estimated 200 persons per day on the Yosemite Under Canvas project site will produce roughly 2 million gallons of wastewater per year. The limited pre-project site visits cannot assure that an untested engineered septic system will safely meet the projected demands of 2 million gallons per year or treat that huge amount of effluent. In dry years, the project's wells may fail, while in wet years, soils at the site can be saturated from melting snow and heavy rains, increasing the potential for the project's leach fields to contaminate groundwater or pollute downslope surface waters. The key point is this: because no well testing has been done in a dry year or under drought conditions, this project, combined with a proposed project across the street, could clearly have wells fail. And because the two combined projects would produce millions of gallons of wastewater that will leach directly into the ground that contains both projects' wells, the increase of contaminating wells and subsurface water is a significant risk. The project applicant cannot assure that water supply and wastewater treatment requirements can be safely met for the site. I urge the board to deny this project based on there being no backup alternative should the wells fail or the septic system ends up contaminating groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Hello and welcome.
Hello. We're here again today with an opportunity to pause, reevaluate, and to make a more educated determination. My issues are integral to key decisions that must be resolved before any approvals can be made, as they're not building codes that can be dealt with later. Evacuation. The EIR falsely concludes that the evacuation impact is less than significant and claims the project site doesn't interfere with an evacuation route or expose people to a significant risk of injury or death involving fire. But the EIR fails to mention that the proposed egress location interferes with the Sawmill exit, which is the only access to Highway 120 for Sawmill residents, and would create a huge bottleneck if everyone tried to funnel through that intersection simultaneously. Caltrans has addressed issues with this encroachment also. The project assumes use of Forest Route 1 SO9, which is not authorized for commercial use. The county has said that the forestry says the usage meets their standards, but this is misleading and inaccurate. Federal law prohibits the forestry to authorize such use. In fact, any discussion regarding the forest route triggers a lengthy NEPA study, which hasn't even begun. The forest route is not a viable exit, and the site layout would interfere with both the evacuation of the facility as well as the overall evacuation of the mountain. An alternative reduced footprint layout needs to be evaluated with exits on Hardin Flat Road and 120 only. The project cannot be approved as it is currently designed. Wildfire. We just experienced 2 separate fires on Sawmill in August this year, as well as the mock fire. 19 hours were necessary just to evacuate Pine Lake. We're in the same predicament that the casualties of the Camp Fire in Paradise were only one road in and out of the area. The EIR declares that the project would not impair or interfere with evacuation procedures and is not further addressed. This response is unconscionable. To reiterate, there's no public water system on the property, and unreliable wells are the only water source. No fire alarm monitoring, no sprinklers or fire hydrants on remote forest land without nearby fire protection. 99 wood-burning stoves and 99 tents with open campfire pits will magnify the wildfire danger, just as the previous rim fire that was ignited by a campfire. I urge all decision makers to carefully consider and weigh everything that has been submitted throughout the process and make your own non-biased conclusions based on the facts. The bottom line is that the proposed FEIR is inadequate and the project should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Okay. Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Hello. I'm Marjane Rivera, and I live on Hardin Flat Road. The specific location proposed for Yosemite under canvas is inappropriate for this area. The safety of all who would be vacationing in the area is at stake because of the extreme fire danger. At this point in time, there is still an opportunity to reverse the approval to protect the safety of the public. This development does not belong in a wildlife-rich hillside area such as this. This area is already designated as being in an extreme fire danger on fire maps. We feel that significant areas of potential impact have been insufficiently evaluated and considered. The fire safety, water quality and quantity, impact on nature, and cumulative impact of the entire Yosemite Gateway corridor. Even though glamping is a billion-dollar industry, does not mean that Tuolumne County should approve this project for this area. These projects have been rejected so far in Sedona, Teton Valley, and Idaho because of public outcry. My question is it wise in an area of extreme fire danger to promote and approve an ill-placed development where the risk to the vacationing general public is already so great? During the summer months, the area is already heavily populated with approximately 400 to 600 cars and families. Their cars, RVs, fifth-wheelers, trailers already fill the area because of Yosemite Lakes and Berkeley Camp that burned to the ground in the 2013 rim fire. In spite of all the firefighters in the area and the Tuolumne River to pull water from, this area of Sawmill Mountain and Hardin Flat is already fragile. If you add one new development, let alone two developments, it will be a potential disaster in an emergency. Adding just 120 plus vehicles into the impacted area would be creating a roadblock at the front of the road where it enters Highway 120 and where people could be fleeing for their lives. Those from Yosemite under canvas would be in the first line of exit from Hardin Flat in an emergency, while others wait in their RVs, cars, to leave in a line on Hardin Flat onto Highway 120.
Ms. Rivera,
yes.
I'm very sorry I have to cut you off right there. That is your 3 minutes. Thank you very much for those comments.
Thank you.
Hello, you're here with the board.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Husby, and I am a local Tuolumne County resident. Today I am speaking to strongly oppose the Yosemite Under Canvas project that is next proposed. One pivotal reason is that the project location is at a high risk for wildfire. In 2007, the property was classified as a very high fire hazard severity zone by CAL FIRE as identified in the DEIR. That designation was made by the state prior to the 2013 rim fire, and that burned across the site with varying degrees of high fire intensity. Wildfire risk will be exacerbated by the project, not diminished. Having at least 200 people on site at the peak of the season, 99 fabric tents, 99 wooden tent support structures, 99 wooded heated stoves with stacks of firewood, 3 community campfire rings, a large portable kitchen facility with gas-burning appliances and combustible materials, a portable administrative facility, and more than 100 cars or other vehicles is a recipe for potential disaster, especially during late afternoon periods or early evenings in the heat of the summer. The project will clearly expose occupants to the potential risk of an uncontrolled spread of a wildfire. But what makes matters worse, at best, it would take a crew from the Groveland area 25 minutes or more to reach the project site. Upon arrival, if a fire is threatening the site, that single fire engine crew will need to decide whether to protect structures at the proposed Terra V Lodge across the street or the under canvas facilities,
or the Berkeley Tuolumne Camp just down the hill, or Thousand Trails Yosemite Lakes RV Resort project with all its facilities. Public fire services cannot adequately protect the project site. A similar significant impact exists for ambulance services. The EIR completely fails to identify how many ambulances are available along the entire Highway 120 corridor and whether the current available ambulance service provides a short response time to the high demands, let alone extend adequate service miles to the east from the Groveland area. What happens if that ambulance is delivering a patient to the hospital in distant Sonora? That ambulance may not be available for a medical emergency at Yosemite under canvas until at least an hour or more after being notified of an ambulance request. Law enforcement for the project site is provided by Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in Sonora, which is over 40 miles from the project site. At best, if a sheriff's deputy is not already in the project area and available, a deputy who must be sent from the sheriff's office in Sonora could be more than 45 minutes away from under canvas project site. In summary, this board should not approve the proposed Yosemite under canvas project due to the project's potential of high wildfire risks and increase in public safety issues, along with the additional strain it would add on the already overstretched public services.
Thanks very much.
The demands of bleep.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you right there.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome.
Hi there. My name's Matt McClintock. I'm a local resident. Bear with me. I didn't write anything down like all these other comments, and I'm not a very good speaker, but I've just been listening to everything. I think this project should be approved. I mean, I think it's going to help fire and having people more in a controlled environment than all out in the woods. They're going to go. They're coming up here anyways. They're going to go to Yosemite. I mean, people have been going there for hundreds of years, and I think it's going to be a benefit for taxes. I think it's going to, for the county, I think it's going to be a benefit for small business in Big Oak Flat, Groveland. To me, it's just, this is a reason a lot of people are leaving California. I'm just hearing this stuff. It's just unbelievable to me. I know we read about it. My wife read it in the paper, and our kids got all excited after they kind of looked up my wife was looking up other places like it, and they would love to stay at a place like that. And I just think it's, to me, if they've done, the people involved have done their due diligence and done the things that are required, there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to go forth with this project and have it approved. If there's others, maybe not the under canvas, but if there's other, there's lots of other places up there, Rush Creek, Evergreen, there's other places where people can go. It's just, a lot of them, I think, are calling in because, it's competition, or they all have their reasons why they don't want it done. But to me, I just think this project should be approved. It seems like it's going to be a benefit to our area, our county. I think it's going to be a good thing. And I think, people are going to come up here. They're going to be going out in the woods. They're going to be, I already said that, sorry. But they're going to be doing things, I don't know. I just think it's going to be a good thing. And I don't see any reason why, if they haven't done what needs to be done, that the project shouldn't go forward.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you guys have a good night.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello.
Hello there, whenever you're ready.
We're ready.
Thank you. I'm Louis Rivara. I'm an owner on Hardin Flat. I'm also a licensed realtor for over 40 years and have worked with developers. Earlier, something was mentioned about pizza, and my feeling about this project is that unless you are so determined to eat pizza that you'll eat anything regardless of what's on it, this is inappropriate. I do think the fire risk is high, ingress and egress is marginal, and a lot of the other objections that have been mentioned I agree with. I also think this is a piecemeal approach to county growth and doesn't deal with the broader picture and vision that the county needs to have in place. The majority of jobs will likely be filled by low and seasonal employees. Many from out of area. A more comprehensive overview, in my opinion, is needed. Somebody earlier said they looked at another under canvas development. I decided to do the same in a different way. I looked at 3 using TripAdvisor's reviews. And what I noted was that in the 3 I looked at, Glacier, Zion, and Yellowstone, between 11 and 14% of the people that went to there for a vacation rated the experience as poor or terrible. Then I decided to look at Evergreen Lodge and Rush Creek, and I have absolutely no connection with them. And I noticed that Evergreen Lodge is under 5% that rated poor or terrible, Rush Creek 6.8%. I don't see why we're considering bringing in an inferior experience to compete with businesses that are doing a fine job. I was looking at reviews. One woman in Yellowstone didn't like her experience. Her husband was sitting on a hammock. A beam broke, hit him in the head, gave him a concussion, and he was rushed to a hospital. It took her an hour for an ambulance to get there to rush him to the hospital. Others are saying things like very amateur staff, listening to noise all night from other guests on top of you. Website is deceiving. They did not come in to clean our room once during our stay. They didn't take our trash out, not once. Maybe it was due to COVID, but if that was the case, they didn't inform us. Overall, the location is the only thing that is special about Under Canvas Yellowstone. So I'm reading a few comments. I'm reading about dirty bathrooms that are not cleaned properly, tents with holes in them. And I'm not feeling that this particular company, based on the reviews that seem to be there, is necessarily the best public servant to be relying the future of Tuolumne County on. With so much opposition, I would recommend that you either not approve it or defer it to a future date so that more information can be gathered. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just waiting to queue up the next person. Hello, you're on with the board.
Hi, my name is Andy Nickel. I'm a lifelong resident of Hardin Flat Road. I am speaking in opposition to the project as currently proposed. I live on a property directly adjacent to the proposed site. I'll start with the leach field system, number 2 on their map, is less than 800 feet uphill from our domestic water source, not as well as being directly uphill from the Tuolumne River, even closer, I might add. Should that system fail, what is their plan to fix our domestic water supply? There's none in the EIR, and the Planning Commission had zero concern about that potential for failure. These systems can and do fail. The proposed use of Hardin Flat Road, which is in very rough condition despite the road crew's best efforts to maintain it, concerns me greatly. The section of road that would undoubtedly be used by Under Canvas, which is also used by the vast majority of Yosemite Lake's RV park guests, and will provide access to all the guests at Berkeley Camp, has deteriorated greatly despite the tax revenues already being collected from Yosemite Lakes, which are supposed to help maintain that road. In the event of a fire, evacuation from Hardin Flat Road would be a nightmare event with the already existing Yosemite Lakes RV Park, Berkeley Camp, the year-round residents, and now the addition of over 100 cars all trying to go the same direction off of Hardin Flat Road onto 120. This is terrifying to me, being the father of a very young family. Not only this, but there is great potential for bodily harm to guests of Under Canvas if both that and Terra V are developed, because the guests will be going back and forth across the very busy section of Highway 120. one of the few sections where there is a legal passing lane that is used extensively in the summertime with people hitting over 80 miles an hour in this zone. I cannot imagine wanting to walk across that road on 4th of July weekend, but people will be doing it, and there is not enough space to do that. Additionally, people are suggesting that this is going to bring economic growth to the county. This is going to bring low-paying jobs in the hospitality industry. Perhaps a few managers will make okay money. The rest of the jobs will be housekeeping and other low-paid staff. If the Board of Supervisors wishes to bring prosperity to people who already live in this county, this is not the kind of jobs that we need. The housing situation in Groveland is desperate. I have peers who work at the other lodges in the area, and they love their jobs, but they are desperate to find places to live. We have people that are making $14 an hour sharing rent on $1,100 to $1,500 a month homes. This is crazy. Adding this much more demand for employees is only going to exacerbate the housing situation in the area. I implore the Board of Supervisors to, at a minimum, send this back to staff for changes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. I'm sorry I have to cut you off right there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for those comments. Hello and welcome.
Hey, I'm Mary Beth. Hi. I, along with many other people, have spoken to about the obvious problems with this project and the inadequacy of the EIR, like fire danger, evacuation concerns, water supply, etc. My comments are on record, so I'm not going to repeat the specifics of code and general plan that I've referenced in the past. Instead, I'm going to state the obvious. People are really concerned. This is why we are coming out in large numbers to speak against this project and why we are asking you to deny it. If nothing else, this immense community concern should give you pause and cause you to ask yourselves why. Why are people from all over the county, not just this immediate area, but everywhere, so incredibly opposed to this project, as well as the one across the way? Up until this point in the process, from the scoping meetings to the Planning Commission, it feels like no one has genuinely pondered this question. Assumptions and conclusions have been drawn that NIMBYs are mad, or it's about anti-development, or those who are part-time residents shouldn't have a say in what happens. Despite what many might believe, this strong opposition is not about development or growth. It is about public safety hazards caused by the incompatibility of the project in the area, and that the EIR does not adequately address or mitigate any of it. When your community tells you that they are worried about their safety, you should listen. When your community tells you that they feel something is inappropriate for their area, you should listen. And yet at this point, up till now, the findings of less than significant impacts, time and time again, appears to make everyone who's in the position of making a decision feel good enough. In looking strictly at what's on paper rather than considering the physical reality, the county is putting not only tourists who visit the area at risk, but those who live and work there. It could be nothing short of life-threatening. Emergency services are not adequate now, and for the many reasons stated, the EIR does not adequately satisfy this problem. The area is already a CAL FIRE high fire hazard zone. What mitigation can satisfy cramming up to 2,000 people more a night in less than a 2-square-mile remote and rural area? A truly genuine and honest answer is none, and the EIR certainly does not do it. No matter how you slice it, this project and others here will be dangerous for the entire Groveland area. There might be a need to consider and be open to the idea that sometimes project impacts cannot be mitigated. This project is full of them. When this zoning was changed in 1991, and undoubtedly there was the thought that more development would happen along the corridor and that there would eventually be enough infrastructure to support developments like these when they came along. But none of that has happened. This area is literally exactly the same as it was 30 years ago, except for the fact that when the rimfire burned, which turned out to be a sign of things to come for California, it hasn't changed. I wonder if this zoning would be justified and approved today. I was recently pointed out to me by a person from the county that I assumed inherent risk in living in this area. And that's true. We all assume a risk when we choose to live in a rural and remote area. This same person then asked, how do you change that? How do you make that better? How do you mitigate that risk and balance development? And I said, I don't know if it's possible, but what I do know is you certainly do not put more people in an area that is already considered inherent risk. And yet this is exactly what this development and others will do. The overriding attitude of the...
I'm sorry, I have to stop you right there.
Thank you.
This
project is dangerous. Deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, you're on with the board.
Yeah, good evening. Hello. My name's Bill McMahon, and we are on Hardin Flat Road as well. And I want to adopt and agree with the recent comments of Andy Nickel, who just spoke. The Nickels are my next door neighbor. So that means that my property is just one property away from this proposed development. And we've got a lot of concerns, and we're asking you to please deny this outright. I also agree with the last speaker. Sometimes you just can't mitigate the problems. And I don't know the Manleys. We have nothing against the Manleys, but this project is inappropriate for this spot. First off, I think we have to accept that perhaps this area is at capacity with the addition of Rush Creek. And I think you should also consider that Rush Creek has complied, and they've brought a lot of jobs to the county, and they committed to doing that. And I think you're undermining them by developing both this and Terra V. But really, the bigger question is that the cumulative impact of just this project and Terra V across the road would be too much for our little corner of the Sierras. Our water is uncertain, and this EIR does not address that. The planning director told you earlier that one thing you're not to consider is the effect of the project on property values unless there is a direct impact, and there would be a direct impact, not just on the Nickel property that's next door, but on our property and the people downhill from us. If we don't have water and our well goes dry, that's going to impact our property values straight up. There's no way around that. Now, sewage is an even bigger problem. The leach field that is proposed, I mean, it's outrageous. I can't even believe that the county would tell us that there's going to be no possible impact. That leach field is right above my water supply. It's right above the Nichols water supply. And by the way, it's right above a spring that feeds directly into the South Fork of the Tuolumne River, which we all know is a protected habitat. How in the world can you say that there's no potential impact? It boggles my mind, and it should be an indication to you all that this process is not going well. The smoke from campfires is also a big issue for us. With Yosemite Lakes, the current campground that's down around the corner from us, the Hardin Flat geographically is a flat area surrounded by mountains, so it holds smoke, and we experienced it already. Adding 99 stoves with people that might be burning inappropriate smoky wood is an absolute disaster waiting to happen, both air quality-wise and fire-wise. It just doesn't make any sense. There. The traffic impact is undeniable. The number of trips has been underestimated.
Bill, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off right there. We have 3 minutes allocated for each speaker, and in order to be fair to everyone, we have to stick pretty close to that time limit. Apologies for having to interrupt so many people tonight, but it's part of the process, and we do the best we can. I'm looking over to the back of the room to see if we have another person queued up to speak. Hello and welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Ben Gardella. I'm a neighbor right on Salmon Mountain Road, and I'm against the project for all the reasons that have been stated in the past. Let me go through the few that I just want to remind you one more time. About that traffic study, one of the things that the way it was set up is that, we've got two developments and two separate EIRs, and what the EIRs refuse to acknowledge each other. And I have not seen a comprehensive traffic study of maybe one in isolation doesn't break the rules to kick in a Caltrans rule, or maybe the other one doesn't kick in a Caltrans rule. I mean, that's pushing the envelope quite a bit, because what the EIR is supposed to do is look at all the cumulative effects, and yet you've divided and conquered so that you can edge around the limits. Every single step of this process has been right up against every single little thing, whether it be a water study, these fire studies, these traffic studies. all in isolation past some sort of arbitrary benchmark that a state agency provides, which is why we have humans such as yourselves to evaluate the whole big picture. And that's not what's happening, and that's kind of what I'm urging you folks to do, is take a step back, see what's happening to the corridor. Clearly you understand the history of this 1991 rezoning and how the Manleys went about it and how they went about it again. They know that we have been here, that these 11 intentional communities that we've known for generations now were here, and that we would be up against it because, yes, of course, we're playing a very NIMBY role. But what's been very interesting is seeing how many other people in the county don't seem to want it because they live here their full time and they see the fire danger, the labor problems, the good businesses with the good reputations that are against it for good, sound reasons, not anti-competitive reasons, but because they've been good neighbors. What we have now is a development that is out of state, well-funded, questionable reputation, and all you're seeing is the dollars. What I'm asking the county here is to step back and see what is good for your community. I am part of the community. Everyone else in Sonora, except for the few questionable folks that have seemed to have relations with real estate, are part of your community. One other thing I want to clear that came up in the planning meeting is that someone suggested that if this property was for sale, we should have just bought it as neighbors. I'm here to tell you it was never for sale.
Mr.
Because
Gardella,
we were
Mr. Gardella,
very much
I'm
into that.
sorry, but that's 3 minutes, and I have to stop you right there. Thanks.
Not a problem. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
This is Janice. I'm a Groveland resident, and I have, hi. I'm curious why the rush to hear these before the end of the year. We have 3 new and 2 existing supervisors here, and rule on these since they will be in the position to follow. I'm sorry, let me start again. Why not have the 3 new and 2 existing supervisors here and rule on this since they will be in the position to follow and oversee them? Are any of these decisions made before the term end really good for the county? The 3 supervisors that leave will be tossing this into the lap of the future leaders, and it seems much more political than good for those that have to live with your decisions on a daily basis. And why was the property ever rezoned for this when there are homes in the same place? Now that the Berkeley Camp and Thousand Trails have begun their already approved expanded developments, which will add more campers to the area and increase the calls for all emergencies and fire service, why not wait? Show you care about the constituents who live in the southern end of this county. Go out with a bang and vote to overturn the Planning Commission's decision and stop this before lives and property are lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, you're on with the board. Hello, can you hear me? Do we have somebody waiting to speak? Okay, we were getting a little bit of an echo there. We'll try and see if that person can call back in. Hello and welcome. You're here with the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Great. Okay, my name is Dan Courtney. I'm a second-generation owner of a one-bedroom cabin on 14 acres of beautiful meadows, springs, and forest right on the outskirts of Yosemite. Unfortunately, we share a long property line with the timber preserve now proposed for these large high-end resorts. My neighbors, many of whom are cousins or uncles, have owned their Sawmill Mountain and Hard Flat cabins for many more generations than I. Some are on their fifth generation. This is a peaceful, tranquil, and intensely beautiful location, and a very sensitive one. All of the families have worked extremely hard to protect and care for their properties, wildlife, which inhabits or visits us, and the centuries-old growth forest which surrounds us. We wish for our children and their children to have the same opportunity to grow up in such a wonderful natural environment and to take over for us in clearing the brush of dead trees, keeping the water courses open, etc. Anyway, these are just a couple of reasons why we are so passionate and dedicated to contesting these large commercial conversions of timber preserve to luxury resorts. There's a place for everything. For close to 100 years, the communities of Sawmill Mountain and Harden Flat have been a place for small, low-density family vacation cabins, typically one-bedroom cabins on 5 or more acres. This just isn't the place. It's not the place for sprawling commercial resorts, restaurants, event centers, canvas tents with interior wood-burning stoves, 7-acre leach fields draining into the Tuolumne River, high production wells to drain ours, hundreds of automobiles, thousands of lights, noise from hundreds and hundreds of tourists who will be wandering into a highly flammable and dry forest, and all the other impacts which come along with this type of development. Now, we understand the county needs to increase its tax base, but there are more appropriate places where this can be accomplished, such as the SCAR, and also by keeping your existing hotels healthy and in business. And anyway, more on that later, but thank you for accepting our invitation and seeing our community. I think all of you came out, and we really appreciate that. Now you have a feel for our way of life and realize what a serene and tranquil area this is. And the reason I'm providing this background is so that you understand why the entire, and I do mean the entire, Sawmill Mountain, the Harden Flat community is unanimously and adamantly opposed to these developments, and why we are determined to fight this to the end. We're going to protect the mountain, the river, and everything we've inherited and everything we're going to pass on to generations of children. And our community consists of hundreds of successful, established, intelligent, and dedicated individuals. Up to this point, the entitlement process has been rushed and accelerated to prohibit the community and our experts from having a fair and reasonable chance.
I have to cut you off there, Dan. Very sorry. That's your 3 minutes. Thanks very much for those comments.
Just one last thing. Please don't force us into a lawsuit. Please put this over to the next board and evaluate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, you're with the Board of Supervisors.
John Buckley, CSERC. It's understandable that 3 of the board likely see this project as an opportunity to leave your mark and support a development to help the county's economy. But a key economic point is there's only so much marketable, sustainable lodging demand along the highway corridor. For many months, a different set of developer investors have been designing a major upscale lodging facility for the long-abandoned, degraded Big O Flat SCAR site. And if the board approves under canvas and potentially Terra Via across the road, the board may shut the door on the feasibility of the SCAR site development that would provide far more public benefit and jobs, far fewer impacts, and the SCAR site has public water, public sewer, and is close to public services. But the board doesn't need to choose between competing proposals because the EIR situation already provides the correct decision. For many issues, the under-canvas EIR is flawed and doesn't meet the clear requirements of CEQA. Example, it openly identifies timberland conversion as a significant impact, and the project has to obtain a timberland conversion permit, exactly what triggers a significant impact. But the consultants illogically claim that because there will still be trees on the site, they can completely dismiss the timberland conversion impact. The EIR specifies the project would create a significant impact if it would expose project occupants to the risk of the uncontrolled spread of a wildfire, and the project would indeed place 200 people on this very high fire risk site. The project applicant earlier said it's not our responsibility to defend against wildfires coming onto the site, but the county does have that responsibility when considering where to put public safety. And how can this board even consider approving 99 wood-burning stoves for novices on a highly flammable site? The Terra V EIR identifies multiple significant impacts, but this project EIR says there are 0. Yet the projects together produce combined cumulative effects. One EIR is obviously wrong, and in this case, the under canvas EIR is clearly deficient. The county should not rush the approval of this project, but should instead reject the EIR as now presented and send the project back to have staff work with the consultants to further develop appropriate mitigation for water supply adequacy, wildfire safety, and cumulative effects for critical public services. In closing, in 3 minutes, it's not possible to rebut many debatable claims made to justify the project, but there are clear legal reasons where the board should deny this project and its defective EIR as now presented. Thank you, and if there's ever questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. I'm going to look over at the clerk of the board. Would you mind, for those of you who would like to call in, now would be the time in order to get in the queue so that we can have people participate in the process. So I'm going to have the clerk read those public participation procedures one more time.
The meeting is physically closed to the public, so if you'd like to provide a public comment for the board, please call in at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be taken in the order it is received, and each caller will receive 3 minutes per speaker to address the board.
Thanks very much, Ms. Ryan. I'm looking back at the back of the room to see if we have another person queued up to speak. Hello, welcome. You're here with the Board of Supervisors.
Hello. My name is Suzanne Stebor, and I've been a resident of Tuolumne County for 3 generations. Myself for 65 years and 3 generations. I'd like to address the assumption that evacuation from these projects will be easy. I don't know if you remember the mock fire that happened this summer. At that time, both old Priest grade and new Priest grade were closed until it was a part of new Priest grade was opened to let people evacuate, and it was a traffic jam. So people were backed up all the way into Pine Mountain Lake. Several locals tried to go Wards Ferry Road, and as we all know, Wards Ferry Road is a 1-lane road. There's no place to turn around. And they were stuck there for 3 hours with a fire coming towards them. Okay, and then you have Smith Station Road, another evacuation route that was closed because of the wildfire. J132 Smith Station Road goes through Coulterville, where Priest Coulterville Road was also closed at this time during this wildfire. Now, I totally understand that there's several other ways out of here, one of them being through Yosemite Park itself. And if you've ever visited there and driven the 2-lane road that goes down into the valley floor, you know that that's not a good place to evacuate people either. It would be hours and hours to get this many people out of this area in case of evacuation. The training of employees and simply telling people where to go do not apply in this situation of mass evacuation of human life on Highway 120, a 2-lane road. The same as what was in Paradise, California. And how many people died in their cars waiting to get out and be evacuated on a 2-lane road with only 2 egresses out. And that's what this is here. So I respectfully submit that you deny the EIR and the mitigation, that there's no, that it's easy to evacuate from here for all these people when it's not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Ron Cops, and I'm speaking in support of the Under Canvas Resort Project as the Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Business Council and as the Government Affairs Director for the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. This unique project has been under county review since July 2018 and public review since February 2019. The draft EIR has been available since June 2020 with minor upgrade changes made for the final EIR. We are in support for the following reasons. The FEIR is sufficient and adequate. Viable comments raised have been thoroughly analyzed and addressed by the conditions of approval, and additionally, with fire modifications recommended by the Planning Commission. Wildfire issues will be addressed with the fire management plan that will be approved by County Fire Prevention Division. This project general plan land use and zoning that has been in place for over 30 years permits a commercial recreational use on this property. At slightly over 1/10 per acre, this low-density resort project has low environmental impact and fills a unique niche for our county tourism market. With low density and low water use, the hydrology tests have certified that there is adequate water from wells and there's more than enough area to address and expand the septic system if needed. Tourism, as we all know, is a key industry in our county, providing jobs and much-needed transit occupancy tax revenue that has recently been increased by 20%. TOT supports much-needed services in our county that contribute to our rural quality of life. This project will contribute to the TOT that can be applied by the county to this corridor to also address regional fire and emergency issues. This project has also been conditioned to pay an additional fair share annual fee for emergency services. When Rush Creek was approved, their market study indicated there was a need for hundreds of additional rooms in this area. Cross-marketing will benefit everybody. Yosemite has historically 4 million visitors a year, and 1 million of those visitors are currently using this corridor. This project will address the needs of a portion of those visitors. We request that the Board of Supervisors approve this unique, well-planned tourism project that is in compliance with existing zoning and general plan and that permits the proposed uses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. Okay. Cece is shaking her head, so we do not have any more folks queued up to speak. Before I close the public hearing, I'd like to thank everyone that took time out of their days to call in and participate in this process. And thank you for bearing with us through these new technological ways of participating in government. So with that, I will close the public hearing, and we'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors to discuss the project and the appeals and any other comments that they might have. I guess I'll start with Supervisor Gray.
We turn this mic on. Probably first, I just want to address just a couple things in general, and it has to do with the statements that there's been a rush to get this project through. The county and the developer has been working on this for a couple years. The draft EIR was out in June, 6 months ago. So I don't feel there's a rush. I think there's been a lot of work done, and things have to come to an end eventually. And that's the second thing I want to address is as far as the duties of a Board of Supervisor. We're elected for a certain length of terms, and it's our responsibility to make those decisions within that term limit. The easiest thing for all of us to do would be to kick the can down the road. And I'm sorry, but that's not my nature. I feel that it's the obligation of a setting board to make those decisions as they're presented to them. So there's been a lot of statements about that we didn't go through a legal process. The EIR is inadequate. So I would like to have staff address again the process, the legalities, and what we went through. Because as a board member, we have to make the decisions based on the best information that we have available to us. So I just want clarification on whether that has happened.
Thank you, Supervisor Gray. I can address the public participation and the comment period concerns. As you noted, this project has been in the works for a long time, beginning with initial notification letters that went out to nearby property owners in July of 2018. And then throughout the process, the notice of preparation was circulated in June of 2019, which started a 30-day comment period. Scoping meetings held in June of 2019. The draft EIR was submitted to the State Clearinghouse June 5th of this year, and there was ample time to review that. The final EIR, which, as one of the appellants noted, is really just only made minor changes to the earlier document, was posted November 6th, and then when those comments that were inadvertently omitted were discovered, the errata was posted on the 17th of November. So it's been a full month since the complete final EIR, and all responses to comments have been available. It's before the board, before a de novo review to consider the whole record. So there have been ample opportunities for public input up until and including this public hearing. As for the adequacy, as I described earlier, that's what the board is considering, whether the EIR is adequate, not whether it's perfect, not whether it addresses every concern of every member of the public, exactly how they want that concern addressed, but whether it's adequate, whether whether it meets the requirements of CEQA. And through my review, I believe that it does. I know that as I mentioned, we've retained outside counsel, and I don't know if either Ms. Wright or Ms. Pollack wants to weigh in on that as well.
Hi, Cody and Board of Supervisors. This is Tiffany Wright. I'm outside counsel for the county. I'm with the law firm of Remy Moose Manley. Our practice focuses on CEQA and land use issues, and we've worked for the county for years. And Cody did a great job of explaining the standards for CEQA and environmental review. And we also reviewed the document for adequacy, and we believe this document meets CEQA standards. The analysis on the topics that have been raised here, wildfire, water, traffic issues, they've all been studied in great detail. The issues that have been raised in the meeting tonight, most of those issues have been raised throughout the process, including the public review process. And there are detailed responses to comments in the final EIR and also in the staff report. So we think the EIR is in good shape and that you can rely on it.
Good to see you again, Tiffany.
It's good to see you.
No, I think we're okay for right now.
Okay.
Get Sherry in.
You want Sherry first? Okay. I will. I think I will actually check with Supervisor Kirk to see if you have any questions or comments.
Yeah, sure.
regarding just general fires in the area, does county staff or does anybody know how many fires have been where the proposed site is? I know obviously the rim fire 2013, but do we have any other idea? That's just my curiosity.
I believe, I'm not going to answer for staff, but the most recent fire information that we had today from the consultant for the developer did have a fire history diagram of that area. And I think other than the rim fire, I'm just going by memory here, that it was 1928 where there was one, a larger one in that area, but the biggest one was the rim fire. But please check and see how close I am.
The rim fire seriously went through there. It took out, what you call it, camp? What's the Cal Berkeley camp? What's the name?
Yeah, the Berkeley camp.
Berkeley camp. Yeah. It took it out, and it's just down the road. I was out there today.
And then I do have a few questions. I'll keep going through them. This is for under canvas, I guess maybe Daniel. With your company under canvas or with the company you work for, have there been any fires related to your campsites that are in up and running right now?
No, sir, there have not.
And you guys have been in operation, you said, since 2009?
Yes, the company's been in operation until 2009, with the first camp opening in 2012, so 8 years of full camp operations.
Okay. Do you, and this, I don't believe this is an EIR, but do you have any data? And I don't, this is all just coming on a whim as I've thought of things as the discussions have been taking place. Do you have any data on any EMS services that you guys have needed from local communities? Do you have any data or information on that?
Yeah, we do have some. It's been very, very limited in terms of the numbers of incidences related to emergency services on the site. So I can't speak to an exact number. I'd have to go dig through our operations team for that. But it's been extremely limited in terms of the numbers of responses that we've had to call out for things like, an injury or someone twisting their ankle or something like that.
Okay. Then I don't know if GCSD is still on the line, and or if the county has any of this data. But I'm just curious if we have any data on services provided up that 120 corridor, possibly to Rush Creek, Evergreen, Camp Berkeley. Do we have any data on how much time we're spending up that corridor to provide emergency?
Supervisor Kirk, this is Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director. I have Assistant Chief Andy Murphy in the meeting, and we do have that information, and Andy can give you some of those details. Andy?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Supervisor Kirk, to answer your question, we recently did a review of data contained in our dispatching records, and so I went back to January 1st, 2017, and along the corridor east of Groveland, the San Andreas ECC, which dispatches the fire resources in Tuolumne County, there were 12 vegetation fires, or calls for vegetation fire, 1 structure fire. There were a total of 21 other types of fires. These could be a vehicle fire or a debris fire. There were approximately 275 medical calls, which includes vehicle accidents, and approximately 60 other emergency standby, could be land and air ambulance, and the approximate total of incidents east of Groveland over the last almost 4 years would be about 350 incidents. And as far as specific locations, we did check on a few specific locations. And for example, and this is just for the address, and this not necessarily down the road or at an intersection nearby. So Rush Creek, since January 1st of 2017, there have been calls for 50 calls for emergency service, Evergreen Lodge 20, Yosemite Lakes another one, 30 calls in that time period, Camp Maida 19, and so on. So that's I hope that answers your question.
Okay. So I'm doing the math. The average is about 88 calls per year at that quarter since 17. Looks like Daniel wants to say something, so I'll let Daniel go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Kirk. I just wanted to answer your question for 2019. At all of our camps, so 7 operating camps, we had 6 in total calls for services, none of which were fire related. So that's less than 1 per camp. We had 7 open camps and only 6 calls for services.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, Quincy, do we know with Berkeley Camp, obviously they're already there, they're already established, but I heard that they're revamping. I drove by Berkeley Camp last week and I saw that they are rebuilding. Are they in discussions as well about funding more support up the 120 corridor for EMS services? Are they going to be part of that conversation, or are they already vetted in since they're already established?
Supervisor Kirk, thanks for the question. This is Quincy Yaley. So I sort of alluded to it earlier, but I'll just be really clear that any sort of existing development, whether or not they would participate in any sort of future fair share agreements, such as what we're proposing tonight, really does depend on their specific conditions of approval for their entitlement that they were issued. You know, so for example, we have this project here where there's going to be a way to continue to work with them through a fair share agreement payment. Other projects, there was a Holcomb project down further east of this or further west of this. They don't have such a condition to go back in. So it would really take some sort of future board action or other type of, broader EMS response effort by the county, and that would go through a separate process. With respect to Rush Creek, there actually is a condition of approval in their development agreement that does state if a certain number of calls along the corridor are over 20, including their project, and it refers to other future projects, that the county can go back and talk with Rush Creek about other ways to ensure that we're providing adequate emergency response on that 120 corridor. So there's some efforts that we can take today that the board can take through a condition of approval. There are some opportunities to go back to previously approved projects, and there's also an effort moving forward to ensure that the county, through your board, is providing direction and services along that corridor.
Okay. Regarding services along that corridor, what would justify, other than, good faith and trying, I guess we're calling it fair share, what would justify getting a fire station or something permanent at that corridor? Does Andy Murphy know what the call volume or what the threshold is that would justify something like that for county staff?
So Andy, do you want to take that question? The question from Supervisor Kirk sounds like, is there some sort of level of service or call volume that would then, in the county's eyes, trigger additional fire services? I think that's what the question is.
Yeah, certainly. The 1992 stabilization plan was put together by County Fire, identifies 300 calls a year as the level to consider a full-time career staff station. And just to note too that a station there would also respond not just east of Groveland, which is what those numbers that I gave you were for, but it would also respond to the greater Groveland and west of Groveland area.
Thank you, Andy. And when you say 300 calls, in my mind, obviously, if GCSD is responding, that's a hell of a drive up there. Does drive time or service time influence that 300 call volume, or is it just simply 300 calls?
All that was identified was the number of calls in that station's response area.
Okay.
So as you get more rural, those response areas, of course, are larger, and you get into a densely populated area like the 108, Sonora, and east of Sonora areas. The station response areas are smaller.
Right. Let me think. So, can I just get clarification from maybe council? Are we giving thoughts, opinions now, or is there going to be any more information provided, or is this our final comment for board? Like, are we going to have another comments or?
So I can chime in there. This is the last, if there were additional modifications or mitigations or conditions of approval, now would be the time for us to discuss them.
Okay.
So
with the conditions of approval, it kept getting brought up that there was going to be wood burning stoves, but I remember hearing from the prior commission that I believe there was an option there was wood burning, there was propane. How are all those options still on the table, or where are we at with that?
So in terms of options of stoves, the project has a proposed heating system that they've proposed. The Board of Supervisors can make modifications to conditions of approval. The current condition that's attached to the project is what the Planning Commission recommended, and the applicants agreed to it, which was to consider the inclusion of propane stoves in addition to wood burning stoves as heating for those units.
Okay, would that exclude any other thing that would come up later, like for instance pellet stoves? Just from my experience, are a safer product as well. Is that something that could be considered?
If you want, maybe Under Canvas could talk about the stove design and a little bit more about that. But in terms of things coming up later, again, I'll draw that box for you. So, the entire project is being evaluated under a CEQA umbrella, and anything that comes down the line later on, if it falls outside that purview, i.e. some type of heating device that might have impacts that weren't considered, that would need to go back through an environmental review process. So, Dan, would you or Jamie be interested in addressing the specifications as to what you're anticipating?
Yes, Dan McBurdy here. I appreciate the question. I think there's also one other condition that's in the current draft of conditions related to when the wood stoves could be used. Quincy, could you confirm that as well?
These buttons are tough to push a little bit in this new system. Yes, so the Planning Commission did consider ensuring that any sort of fuel that was being ignited for heating sources on the project complied with any state or federal regulation with respect to open burning, campfire stoves. We experienced that this summer throughout the National Forest, where the Forest Service did restrict, in fact, no fires of any kind, not even portable stoves, I believe. So that is also included as a condition of approval.
So from Under Canvas's perspective, in terms of the wood stoves and the use of them, the idea being that we have the option to use them when there aren't burn bans in effect. When burn bans are in effect, we actually get more restricted than homeowners who have wood stoves inside their houses, who would be allowed to continue to use those stoves during those burn bans. We would not be allowed to use our wood stoves. Obviously, Quincy mentioned that there's another level above that no, open flame, even propane or open fires are allowed outside. I think that's a different level. But what we've agreed to what we would agree to in these conditions would be that the wood stoves inside the tents would not be used during a burn ban. As far as other heat sources go, I think that would give us, the way the language is written today, the option to use a propane stove, I believe, is something that's allowable under the current framework that we have during those cold times if we needed to.
Yeah, I direct you to condition number 72 is where we've got the language with respect to Forest Service fuel bans, fire bans.
So could I have a clarification? when we get to the conditional, looking at the conditional use permit, if we get that far, isn't that the time for us to start discussing whether we foresee any additional conditions that the board may wish to put on the project?
So it's germane to the environmental review in the realm that if there's conditions of approval that the board is considering that are either mitigation measures and or would result in impacts that were not evaluated in the environmental analysis, those would be things we would want to discuss because if there was additional findings that needed to be made because there was additional mitigation measures that needed to be that the board wishes to include, or if there was a condition of approval under consideration that would create an impact that wasn't evaluated, those would be things we would like you to tell us so that we can discuss them and formulate how they would fit into any such approvals if the board were to grant one.
Okay. But that's not something that that is outside of the EIR. The conditions that we put, that the board should choose. Say, I want to condition it to be, all the tents to be blue. Is that outside?
It's outside of the EIR as long as tents being blue didn't create an environmental impact that we needed to study in the EIR.
Okay, so when we get to that point of talking about conditions, can you advise us whether those would be inside or outside?
Definitely. Myself, county council, as well as our outside council can assist you with that.
All right, thank you.
So Quincy, that kind of answers my next question about somebody brought up like a 120-gallon water tank. That's not something that we necessarily need to address here. That would be out of conditions down the road.
It could be included in the conditions, but specifications regarding tank size, hose diameter, things of that nature will be addressed by the code analysis component of the project, which comes after the entitlement and environmental review. And so those types of things are dictated by existing codes, and your fire prevention division, as well as your chief building official, will be working to evaluate the project with respect to those codes to ensure that compliance can be achieved.
And if I can just add to that, also to consider in the project description, that fire plan that's discussed in the EIR that would need to be reviewed and approved by Tuolumne County Fire, that would go into the specifics of what is going to occur on the property to address the wildfire component. So that 125-gallon water truck was kind of an off-the-cuff remark at the Planning Commission meeting that was in no way reviewed or approved by Tuolumne County Fire or made a part of any sort of a plan or accepted by the county.
And that has yet to be determined?
Correct.
That would be, okay. So that comes after any kind of approval or?
It would need to be reviewed and approved by Tuolumne County Fire, yes.
All right, and then I just have one last question, and then I'll make my final comments. And this question's more for Cody. Obviously this is my first time on a big project like this. I know there's lots of emotions, and I want to make sure I get it right. But can you remind me, the board, what are we here to judge during this hearing? Like, what threshold are we to hold for this project? Could you just clarify that? You kind of did at the beginning of the meeting, but if you could just kind of wrap my head around it one last time.
Sure, I'll do my best. First, with regard to the EIR, the questions of certification of the EIR is the adequacy of the EIR. Again, it's not perfection. It's adequacy. It's whether the evidence before the board supports the required findings, whether there's substantial evidence to support those findings. More specifically, to certify the EIR, your board would have to find that the changes or alterations have been required or incorporated into the project that either mitigate or avoid significant effects on the environment, that the changes or alterations are within the responsibility and jurisdiction of another public agency and have been or can be and should be adopted by that other agency, or specific economic, legal, social, technological or other considerations, including considerations for the provision of employment opportunities for highly trained workers, make infeasible the mitigation measures. That would be a statement of overriding considerations, which is not in play for this project because this EIR did not find any significant and unavoidable impacts. So that's really what the board is considering with regard to the EIR. The permit and the conditions, again, it's just whether there's substantial evidence before you to support the requested findings to either approve or deny the permit, and sufficient evidence to support any conditions that the board would want to impose.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Kirk? I'm happy to.
Yeah. I'd taken notes earlier. I just want to make sure. With that said, again, we were told that we're supposed to keep it to the EIR, not have personal opinions. But I just want the public and people to know, and the people I went and spoke with regarding this project, that we're a small community, we're a tight-knit community, but what's before us as a board is this EIR adequate? And when I look at the staff report, when I look at the EIR report, which is outside third-party evaluator, and taking that into consideration, I do feel the adequacy of the EIR, and there are concerns which sounds like they're going to be mitigated should this continue on and go through the project or process, specifically with fire. Fire is the number one concern, and I believe it was Brian from Rush Creek. He brought up a good point, which was, there at Rush Creek and other developments, they have fire sprinklers, hydrants, water tanks. They got a robust fire plan, and I think that's a legit concern. But on the counter end, I also look at campsites. I look at people coming up, not just that quarter, but the 108 quarter, and there's a ton of campgrounds, and they're obviously not held to that standard. And I don't know if I can, in due faith, hold that against under Canvas. Obviously, they've capitalized off that process, but I think it's because of the experience. So it is a light. I do believe this project does carry some light impact. 6 months out of the year, there is concern about water use, but when I go back to the gallons per minute and gallons per day used on the site, I think that's a huge mitigation factor. And again, I grew up in this community. Me and my brother, we'd go stand on Highway 108 and we'd, wave our hands, farewell to Flatlanders, because we could not wait till they went home. So part of me, I don't want people coming up here. I love our little area, a little way of life. But then the other part of me is trying to abide by the rules and due process and people's rights to own and sell land and develop land. And for me, I'm just glad that this isn't Motel 6 trying to build a hotel right here, because I would really be struggling with what kind of development we're allowing. I do think under Canvas is going to be a good fit for that corridor, and I'm just glad this isn't something else that we can do. So for me, when it comes to the adequacy of the EIR, I do feel comfortable with where we're at in the process. So that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Supervisor Kirk. Chairwoman Brennan, are you on the line with us still?
Oh, absolutely.
Wonderful.
So I'd like to start off by thanking everyone that called in and participated, and I appreciate both their email comments and their verbal comments. A couple of my questions have already been answered. John had staff speak to outlining the timeline on the process, and so I won't go back there. Supervisor Kirk did ask under Canvas about their history of fire starts within their camps. And so we got that answer. My next question is probably for Chief Murphy. And if he could correct me, I'm sorry, I'm hearing a backfeed here. If you could confirm for me, I'm thinking about say, the last 3 or 4 major fires that we had, where we had unified land with outside resources like the Mock, the Donnell, and the Rim fire. If my memory is correct, it started from dispersed camping / recreation.
Supervisor Brandon, I'm sorry, I didn't quite copy all of the question. You were asking the causes of the fires?
Yeah, of our last 3 or 4 major fires.
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'll see if I can find the answer.
Yeah, Andy, I think the question was specific to, were any of them caused by recreators? Was that right, Sherry?
Or dispersed camping.
Yeah, or camping.
I can answer that question, if I may.
I think I can too, but go ahead, Supervisor.
Well, we had the rim fire was caused by a dispersed campsite in the Jawbone area. The Detweiler fire was caused by shooting, target practicing. I think the Mock fire is undetermined. We do know that Donnell's fire was caused by a dispersed campfire, not in a designated campsite area. So those are the 4 that I am familiar with.
Yeah, thank you for that confirmation.
So there was one question that came up early on about our codes and organized camps. Can somebody address that? Or I wasn't even really sure what the point was that was being made, except it sounded like this project did not fit in based on its camp situation.
Supervisor Brennan, this is Quincy Yaley. Thanks for bringing that up. This came up in the Planning Commission meeting, and this is an error on my part. The condition, we changed it at the Planning Commission, and it did not get revised into this set of conditions of approval. So just let me pull up. It should read Condition 6, Fire Prevention, Building Department, all construction and plans shall comply with the most current adopted version of the California Building and Fire Codes, as well as other applicable building standards. And so there's the reference to Code 450 should be, Section 450 should be removed, and should your board approve the site development permit tonight, I would ask that Condition 6 be revised. If you have additional questions regarding some of the other additional concerns brought up regarding sprinklers, fire codes, building codes, I do have Chief Building Official Brian Bell available to answer any specific questions you have.
Yeah, so I did hear some conversation during the presentation that there would be water storage on the site, and I assume that will be developed that's adequate with the necessary needs around fire protection, immediate fire protection.
That's correct.
I think that gets at the questions I have right now.
Thank you.
I'll go to Supervisor Rotifer. Do you have any comments or
I don't have any questions.
Mitigations, conditions?
I don't have any questions left. I think all my colleagues have exhausted the questions. I have some comments for the public that are not specific to this this particular project, but it's general in how we develop this county. First of all, before I go there, I too want to thank everybody. I want to thank the people that invited me to come out and talk to them. I want to thank the people that sent in emails. I got to admit, you challenged my reading skills, at least my comprehension, because it's a pile of paper that would reach the ceiling, I think, if I stacked it up. And it just shows the level of interest and in many cases, concern. And I want everybody to know that I respect your concerns. And the decision, whatever that is going to be that we make tonight, I think everyone on our board respects those concerns, and the decision will be made with that respect in mind. I will tell you, after being a supervisor for 8 years, the criticism that I hear most in this county among people that want to bring business in, that want to do development projects and stuff, is that it takes way too long to get the job done. So when we're talking about a rush to judgment, it may seem like a rush to judgment to some people, or they may be using that as a reason to try and delay it and maybe do away with the project. But we really have to, first of all, the timetable that's been laid out, how long we've been working on this project, how long the draft EIR has been out, all of those things. I just don't see that as a rush to judgment. I think that we have to, as a board, we have to balance the needs of the public having adequate time to comment and participate, and I believe we've done that, with the need for the developer to be able to do business in the county in a reasonable amount of time. And I think that too many people don't take the other side into account. The other concept that a lot of people want is they want everything up front before the development even gets started. Services tend to follow development. Development doesn't follow services. We don't pay for excess services so we can do development. We develop the services to serve the development. And I think that a lot of times, and you have justifiable concerns. I understand the concerns. I share your concerns. I was in base camp every morning at 6 o'clock during rimfire. And I was in the evacuation center every night at 9 o'clock. And I never went home between those two times. So I share your concerns. But we don't have nobody has the capacity to build the services ahead of development. They go hand in hand, and they develop alongside of each other. So those are my comments. I'm confident that we have not an adequate EIR. I'm confident we have a more than adequate EIR. And it's probably not perfect. No human endeavor is. But those are my comments. And again, I want to thank everybody that participated in this. You are an integral part of the governmental process, and I appreciate your efforts and your input. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Supervisor Rotifer. I think Supervisor Kirk has an additional question or comment.
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor Ryan. I have like 4 pages of notes, and I forgot to touch on this. And again, this might come at a later date, but I just wanted to put it out there because we were talking about fair share. So up until this point, you know, I felt like development has a fair share, which is TOT. Obviously, TOT is what is supposed to be supporting services for our county. After hearing and I have my opinions about that, but after hearing the public and just driving up that corridor, I drove up it 2 or 3 times last week, over the last week and a half. I do think we are approaching kind of a precipice with development. And I can't predict her, but I'm just looking at today and what might be ahead of us. I think it's important that we continue to look at those fire numbers. You know, like Chief Murphy said, we've had 300 calls over 4 years, and it takes 300 to really justify a full station. We're I think the average was 88 calls a year. So we're about 1/3 of the way there. And so for me, I think it's important that, I kind of didn't really care for the fair share, but I think it's going to be an important piece of the conversation moving forward because I do think there's going to be a great lag between GSCD or Groveland CSD up there and the entrance there to Yosemite. So something that I don't know if it needs to be addressed now or at a later date, but maybe some sort of mutual aid even between some of the developments should under Canvas go in. And there's other developments nearby. I don't know if that's Rush Creek or, we'll talk about Terre Vive another day, but if there is such development, there would need to be, I would hope, some mutual aid between even those, just to ease the fears and really the reality. If there was ever an issue, that there'd be immediate support in that area. So I don't know if mutual aid needs to be discussed now or if it can be Quincy brought up at a future time, but that's something that came to mind. And I just wanted to address it before I let it go.
Supervisor Kirk, this is Quincy Yaley. Just in response to your concept of mutual aid, I'll rephrase that for you in a way that local governments provide services, which is through the possibility of a community facilities district. That is something that our staff, as well as GCSD, and have talked about as a future vehicle for doing just such as you've suggested, which is binding together either proposed, approved, not constructed, and or even existing development in a way that would address over and above. You're right, TOT has historically been the way that the county has funded emergency response. This project, I feel, is the start of a new direction for how development will pay its fair share, which in the past TOT may not have been able to capture all of that. So your reference to mutual aid could be translated into such an effort as a community facilities district. That is a mechanism approved by the Board of Supervisors. And trust me that we are looking into any and all ways to expand collaboratively with all of our emergency responders on the best way to achieve the goals of improving emergency services on that corridor.
Okay, and I get that. Maybe where I'm getting at, maybe this isn't the appropriate place to talk about, but I don't care. I'll just bring it up. Like if Under Canvas has water trucks or a water truck and they have personnel who know how to operate them, and if Evergreen or Rush Creek or if Terre Vive were to go through the process, if there was even just an agreement alongside that as well. Does that make sense? Maybe it's not called a mutual aid, maybe it's called something else, but under that thought and umbrella of just really having support up in that corridor.
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I think that those are possibilities that some type of collaborative group of emergency responders can look at and work with existing proposed developments along that corridor to achieve that success.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I just, on that last point, I really want to thank you, Supervisor Kirk, and you, Quincy, for addressing that. I think that coordination is key, and this does have to be the start of a new way of funding the services, emergency and otherwise, that we need if we're going to look at any kind of growth or development in the county in the future. There has to be that partnership, and we can't do things the way we have in the past. It just is not feasible anymore. And then to the matter at hand, as others have said, I really want to thank all of the people that called in today, that have called me sitting at my desk, sent emails, left messages, and have waited patiently to address the board and address their representatives in county government. It's clear that we live in a very engaged community, and that's why many of us choose to live here. And it's also in part, in addition to our county's natural beauty, and the many recreational opportunities we have here. Our community spirit is why so many people want to visit this county as well. I think those two things go part and parcel together. This is why this board is here. It's to make these difficult decisions, and I promise that it's not lost on me, or I think any member of this board, the passion and concern and the legitimate issues that both parties on this issue have. One of the things that I've really noticed out of this process is that I think, like with most disagreements, there's been a lack of communication. I think to some of the neighbors in this area, and I seeing some of the same concerns brought up. That there are mitigations for many of those concerns, but I don't think that's been adequately communicated to the residents. And that's not to cast stones at anyone, at the proponents of the project, or it's just an observation and something that I hope will kind of inform the way these types of projects move forward in the future, and the way this project proponent, if it's approved, the way that they will deal with the neighbors in the future. I also really want to thank, in addition to all of that, I want to thank the people that have emailed about the project. I feel like I have a much better understanding of the issues of this project, well beyond simply what's in the EIR, because of the community response from it. So I really hope that people believe that their words and their comments have had an impact, because they have. They really have. Getting to the application, all businesses, enterprises have impacts on the community, not just businesses. If you build a home or build a shed in your backyard, there are going to be impacts. So just the fact that impacts exist is not a reason to disapprove of a project. Now, what you have to balance is the mitigations for those impacts. So do the impacts rise to a level where the project is causing an undue harm on the community? And are there any mitigations for those harms? And so there has to be a process by which project proponents can have an idea for something, a business, whether it's lodging, anything, a process by which they can follow the rules, do their due diligence in good faith for the demands of the community, and get approval at the end of that process. If they follow, we don't want to have a process where you follow the rules and then at the end of it you're told no. I don't think that's fair. However, that being said, there was a person who called, and I'm going to paraphrase what he said very poorly, so I apologize for that, but essentially his point was that the board is not just here to pass through anything that comes before us because the proponent filled out the forms correctly. I don't see the board as a rubber stamp. We're not a rubber stamp. I reserve that right to turn down a project if it is not correct for our community. And this project before us, I don't think rises to the level where its impacts require the board to, I think it should be approved based on the impacts and the mitigations for that. I don't see any reason to go against the direction of the Planning Commission on this case. And now would be the time if we were going to discuss any modified conditions or mitigations to it, but I don't see any that haven't already been addressed in other stages. Okay.
I do feel there is.
Okay.
again, thank you, public. I want everyone to know that this board, and I know me personally, take everything that comes to us seriously. I have read each and every letter, email. I can tell you that I have reviewed the entire EIR for this project. I did listen to the Planning Commission meeting on this project, and I think I have a good understanding of the project. But I want to talk about some things that haven't been talked about, that have been touched on, but we're never, as a board, are going to make a decision based on a pure economic plan. That it's going to be a lot of money for the county, so yeah, we got to jump onto it. There's a lot more to think about. Since I've been on this board, I have heard continuously that we do not have enough emergency services in the county and also up the 120 corridor. And there's a fundamental reason for that, is we don't have the money to spend. Residential construction does not fill the coffers to the amount that you need to just service that residence. The only thing that does is commercial. Commercial will create additional taxes. They'll create sales taxes to some extent. This project, TOT tax, you have the job creation aspect of it. So if we're going to be able to provide additional money to have better services, we're going to have to look at the commercial aspect of it, of development. And we're limited in space. We have 1.7 million acres in Tuolumne County, and only a little less than 3% of that can actually be used or developed for any type of use. And I can't remember the exact percentage of commercial, but it's very small. So when we look at these zoning, these projects, how they're zoned and stuff, I think that it's important to try to recognize what is there going to be of benefit, and for this particular project, the economic benefit is that to provide more funds so that we can possibly have better services up that corridor. Because without projects such as these, it's not going to happen. Costs are going to go up, services are going to go down. That's the going out of business curve. It's just the way it's going to work unless we can grow economically in the county. So enough for my comments, but when we get ready to do conditions, I'd like to have an opportunity to talk again.
I think we're there. Unless there's other comments.
Are we at the point of, we've got two actions before us. So the first one is to approve the EIR. Are we at that point?
Staff, are we at that point?
If we are.
Oh, sorry. Staff,
well,
that's
so
me.
we need to, if we have conditions, we need to talk about that and come up with a plan to give staff enough time to.
Conditions to the EIR or conditions to the project?
That's a good question.
Shouldn't we do the EIR certification first before we move to the decisions?
Yes, Supervisor Gray, I would recommend that. Without certifying the EIR, there would be no way to approve the permit.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I'm looking for a motion then.
All right, Mr. Vice Chair, I would move that we adopt the resolution to certify the environmental impact report, adopt the findings of fact and mitigation monitoring and report plan pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
I second.
You have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. I'm going to ask the board clerk now to call the roll.
Supervisor Sherry Brennan.
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Anaya Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray.
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rodefer.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 5 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions. All right, now staff, I'm looking to staff to see how we proceed on item 1.
So if there's any conditions of approval that your board wishes to modify or add, you can do so. I would just remind you that I am requesting a change to condition number 6, and if you should choose to make a motion, please include the staff's changes to number 6 in your motion.
Okay, and then you can tell me whether I go too far on this, but my motion for an additional condition is to condition the project to have propane stoves only in the tent. The second condition that I would like to put is that we look at collecting approximately $270,000 in traffic mitigation fees on that project, and I would like to see that those fees, in whatever process that is available, be directed to the improvements of Hard and Flat Road. Okay, I think that one other condition that in looking at reviewing the site plan for under canvas, the positioning of the Yarts bus stops do not show a direct pedestrian pathway, and I would like to see a condition put that a pedestrian pathway be developed to those turnouts, and that would be my motion for conditions.
Okay, so are there any additional conditions or alternative conditions from any board member? I'll check with Supervisor Kirk first.
No, I just want to make sure I clarify what I heard Gray say. Propane only.
Correct.
Okay, and then the traffic mitigation fee, $275,000. That's a one-time fee to address that road?
Correct.
And
was it 275 or 270?
It's 27. I'll look at Mr. Ruby to correct me. I believe it's $2,700 a unit approximately.
Okay, so 2710 per unit.
again, that's a one-time fee?
It's a one-time fee.
Okay.
What I would encourage the board to do is, because traffic fees are adjusted annually, that the condition of approval not state the specific traffic impact mitigation fee amount, but yet say that at the time that the traffic impact mitigation fee is collected, that it be diverted for improvements on Hard and Flat Road, as Supervisor Gray suggested.
That would be my motion. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray, can I also just clarify, the propane stoves, those are for in the 99 guest tents or in other locations throughout the project?
Okay. That would be the guest tents as they propose the word, all the guest tents where you might have a chance of somebody not knowing how to build a fire.
So these are tents that would be occupied by guests in an overnight capacity?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additions to that, Supervisor Kirk?
I'll wait till I hear the rest of the board members. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan?
No.
Okay, Supervisor Rodefer?
Okay, unless there's some other ones, you can consider me seconding his motion.
Okay. I agree with all those conditions. I think those hit a lot of the points. It's not, it's a good, I think a good faith effort to address some of the concerns. So I don't have anything to add, and I would also look to see, I think Supervisor Kirk, did you have more comments, or now that you've heard everyone?
Yeah, I mean, the majority, I get it, the propane tanks. I think part of the glamping experience for some folks is the fire. And I mean, it'd be cool if there was an option, maybe if there were some tents that had fireplaces and some that didn't. I don't know if that's something that could be discussed. You know,
Well,
maybe if 20% of them, but I don't want to hold everything up on that. I get fire concerns, number one, if this is going to help mitigate it. And I guess I just have a question, if I can ask a question of Daniel from under Canvas. Do you guys have any other facilities that are just run off propane as well? Is this?
No, we do not. They're all currently wood stoves.
Okay. I mean, the majority of the board wants it, so I would like to see an option where there could be some wood burning, but if it's 4-1, then I'll support Gray's recommendation.
So then you support, you're okay with, you support the conditions previously stated without any amendments then?
Unless two other board members want to give them an option to do the both, if that's where we're at, then.
I haven't heard any.
Right. So we'll be unified in this moving forward. If
Okay.
that's a condition, then so be it.
Okay. All right. I don't have anything to add. I don't think we actually had a motion.
Okay.
Actually, before you do, does staff need time to?
No, I think,
Look at
may I
those.
read it, may I read back what
Please.
I've heard, just so I
Yeah,
can
sure.
make sure that I'm getting it correct. Number one is there's changes to condition number six, as I've stated earlier in the meeting. Second change is to direct, at the time of the payment of the traffic impact mitigation fees, direct those fees to improvements on Hard and Flat Road. Another change I heard was that within over the 99 overnight guest tents, these shall have a propane-only heat source.
Correct.
And the last change I heard was to ensure pedestrian path to Yart's stop. Supervisor Gray, I'd also just like to clarify, could that include additional signing and striping to ensure a safe path of travel?
Perfect.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Those are the changes I heard. And no, I don't need additional time to review those.
Okay.
So that would be my motion for the changes to the conditional use permit. So we need a motion to approve the site development permit SDP 18-002 and conditional use permit CUP 20-018 based on findings A through E and attached conditions as with additions.
I second.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I second.
Looking around, that's sufficient? Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Rotifer. And then I'll look to Board Clerk to read the roll.
Supervisor Sherry Brennan,
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Anaya Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray,
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rotifer.
Aye.
All right. Motion passed with 5 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions. With that, that concludes the business for this evening. Thank you very much, staff, for staying here late. Thank you to all that called in, and I'll adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, supervisors.